Hello. Let's do tradition. Bear with me. 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 Hello. Hello. Bear with me. Hello. 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 Okay, we're coming through. Excellent. Try one more time. Good morning. One more time. Good morning. One more time. Good morning. One more. Get the echo loop. Fantastic. Right, let's get stock up and we'll get Unity. I already have the Google. Excellent. Right. I also reference material because I looked up stuff to fix some player spawning, tidy up some of the room generation stuff. Come on, Unity. You can do it. Move my coffee. I can see better. Go back to trying to type today. How that works. Or if it works. Hopefully it does. You know what? I'm gonna moving my mic a little. Up the gain a little. Okay. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Have a quick listen on the game. 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 Have a quick listen. Hello, everyone. Is the audio working? Hello, everyone. Is the audio working? Hello, everyone. Is the audio working? Hello. Yes, it is. Okay, that's better. Right, come on, Unity. Faster. It's a little slow because I'm also encoding yesterday's video because it was a 27 gigabyte download. We're most of the way through. We've got about 10 minutes left. I'm just impressed, that these days I can encode a video like that. I can do game dev and stream all at the same time, and it's perfectly functional. And I just realized my webcam is cool. There we go. That's a little better. Okay, right. First things first. Before we get to, let's bring the GD down here, just so it's up. I'm not going to start immediately on this. I'm going to tidy up some map stuff that I started last night, but I was just finish. So, as it stands at the moment, I'm building this in the Bootstrap level because it's all going to get deleted. Bootstrap level is really for Game Manager and Network Manager, and then we'll load scenes later. But MVP, right? Accordion method, I just want to get things to actually build. Now, we do need the background mesh. So that's fine. That can stay as part of the Bootstrap. What we are going to have to do is just review the lighting a little. URP asset does not support adaptive probe volume. That's interesting. I imagine that's because they've deprecated it. I'm using the really new version of Unity, and the template hasn't been updated yet because I pulled the level from a template That's interesting. We'll deal with that a little later. That's art polish as far as I'm concerned. What happens if I'm in rendered mode. What happens if I just... I mean, I'm not baking lighting or anything, so let's remove that. So we've got the ceiling light, and we've got the spotlights. Got reflection probes. Right, okay, so that needs to be a little larger. Just the probe zone effect, holding Alt or Shift or handle pin to center. Or... We'll make this... that was not the button. I could just manually adjust this. The question is, do I want... Probably one slightly larger than the room. 21 by 21. And we're looking at... I'm looking at how high it is. I don't need to lower it at all. I do want it to encompass... If I'm totally honest, I am not an artist. I know enough to be dangerous with the art settings. I don't know everything about how they work. Maybe we should offset it by 4. Make it by 4. Okay, so that encompasses all the lighting that's going to be actually used. But I'm also going to have these drones flying around. Or at least going to be some stuff just outside the edges. Maybe we'll make it 25 by 25. I'm going to put a bit of a corridor between rooms. We've got room for some scaffolding and stuff. I might tweak that later when we get to an art pass stage. For now, I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but I'm going to move the reflection probe. Children of pre-furnaces cannot be moved. Components cannot be reordered. Okay, I'm going to copy that, paste it there. Not sure if that's the correct thing to do, because I don't know enough about how the reflection probes work. But if I delete that now, what we should find is, because I've applied it to the prefab, now each room has its own reflection. That's kind of, I'm just sort of tidying these up for later. So ceiling light, I'm going to copy that. I'm going to create a new empty lighting. And we'll put lights in there. Put the spotlights there as well. Create empty. Fix spotlights. I didn't check if I'd zeroed those. That's zero. That's zeroed. So that's fine. I just need to put spotlights now. Spotlights. And now I can remove them from here. And we should get the same effect. Yep. If I apply it, now we should, yeah. So now we've got one over every room, which is exactly what we want. Yeah, that's perfect. what I'm going to do as well, let's just mock this up. Not going to implement this now, but let's mock it up. So I'm going to add a new empty. And we've got mobile light center. And I'm going to add a spotlight to that. Raise the spotlight up to about 8. I want its range, make its range 20. And we're going to rotate it downwards across as well. Let's move about that axis. About 12. Negative 12. See with this how if I turn the intensity up just to make it very, very obvious where it is. Got this. I definitely need the range to be on that. Range 30. There we go. So we've got this sort of mobile spotlight. I'm going to soften that. I've just made the intensity insanely high to make it very obvious. I'm going to actually reduce the center a little bit. And we'll make the outer edge 20. So I want this to be like a focus spotlight. Like that. And we'll make the inner 10 slightly so it's a little softer. Now this is focused at the center at the moment, roughly. Okay. But what this is going to have on it is if I add a object, okay, is just going to float around. This is our camera drone. Now, these aren't really going to be following the arena. These are going to be following the player, but like I'm just putting them in to mock them up at the moment. So we see that we've got some asymmetric lighting, and we've got some motion. Spotlight, that's going to be real time. Partly why I narrowed it as well. I don't want just this ridiculously large light. I'm going to reduce that as well to 100. You know, this is meant to be the one on the player, so I think quite a high intensity. Probably not a terrible idea. I'm going to use this partly diegetic white as well. I'm thinking of sort of flashing it red when that player takes damage. So instead of having the screen edge jam, we'll flash this. So the idea of this is essentially if I set it to rotate, is it will follow the camera will sort of buzz around. I'm going to set it to bob up and down, but it will buzz around and it will follow the player. So we'll always have this sort of feeling because again, this is meant to be a like TV show, right? So we're gonna have this sort of like constant highlight on your character and just something to give you the sense that you are always being followed and watched. I might actually include like some play functionality in these, so you can maybe I'll put an actual camera in them and record the player's death, something like that. That sounds like a sort of interesting idea. I think I probably can reduce that a little. I don't want something that's going to just wash everything out. It's stronger than the rest of the arena lights. And if I look down at this now, so yeah, we can see it stands out. I might set some. There's going to be a big mix of lights in here as well. Like, I'm probably going to put some like decorative lights in each room. I want sort of a vibe of there are I want this sort of mixed vibe of, you can kind of tell that there are like studio spotlights in places. I'm going to tweak these a little bit, so I'm going to angle them. Probably make the area light a little bit darker, so we just get a. I'm not going to agonize over. I'm going to call this player light mock. And I'm going to put this in. Yeah, that'll go. Player light mock-up. I'll do. I just want to set something so we get the sense of motion going on. And I'm going to put in a summary for this so I don't forget. This is a mock-up of the light that will eventually follow the player. This will be and replaced with player follow light camera. Make that clear. Light slash play camera later. Here, sense of oh, that'll do. And we are transform dot rotate relative to, I'm going to hard code this. Rotation of Euler angles around the Z axis. On. One of the overloads is going to be y-axis, right? So Euler, let's just do 0.5f times time dot delta time. But let's just do 10, because that should then be 10 degrees per second. And then vector 3 dot up. I think that's not how we do it. I notice the autocomplete just doesn't work at all in this. Relative to have a quick look at how applies rotation of Euler angles around z-axis. Euler angles x around the x angle. I could just do, okay, I'm overthinking this, because I can do, I want it to rotate around y, so I can just do 0 and 0. Like, we specify all three axes, right? Then I don't need to give it a rotate around and figure out the formatting for that, because I already saw that it has the ability to supply all three angles. I have a cat keyboard. Very recently taken to just sitting between me and the keyboard. I'm gonna replace rubber ducking. Just talking to the cat. Right, I'm gonna save that script And what I'm gonna hit play, and what should happen is it will rotate, just slowly rotate around the center. And this is hard code with a magic number. I don't like doing that, but this is literally just a mock up. It's like a 30-second. I want to show something is going to happen here. As we develop things, like I say, I'm gonna have the camera bob up and down on a sine wave, like rotating around the edge of the arena. Maybe give it some intelligent AI to try and get a focus in the correct direction. Do you know what? You don't need to see much. As long as the kitty is here, kitty is what we want to see, right? Hey, Luna, you helping with the coding by sitting in between me and the keyboard? So I now can't see the keyboard because of the microphone, and I can't touch the keyboard because of the cat. So progress will currently be on hold while cat is. He won't settle while I'm fiddling with the keyboard. Like all my other cats in the past have been happy to. Like, I'll just sit with my my hand on the keyboard and just carry on, and they'll just figure out flopping down on my arms. She will not settle. Come on, Luna. If I sit gently. Say, she's only recently started coming to my office, sitting here, hoping she'll figure out settling down while I'm still working. Just to show this off as well, what I kind of intend with this is if I go sort of, if I take damage, sort of go like that, brighten it a bit. So we'll go to sort of that value, and then we'll swing back to what we were before. And I kind of like that as a sort of a way of creating this alternative to the typical screen edge flash. Right. See, we don't need a separate cat cam when the cat is just chilling here. Right, let's get on with updating the rooms. Okay, so first off, I'm going to override file overrides. So we now have our lighting set up. Reflection probe should be part of lighting. I have to reorder things now. So that's fine. Come back and change that as necessary later. What we now need to do is I want to prefab the room. Well, the room is already prefab. Room building. So room. I'm going to call this room template. Now, when these are actually built, and we actually settle on the size correctly, I want this to be sort of, the doors will almost need to be in the same place. Although with my procedural generation stuff, actually now the cat's gone, let's put the camera back up. That just looks weird. No cat anymore. I want this to be, until I switch to the procedural generation, we're gonna have the 4 doors. But I'm gonna show off a little bit of the early proc gen. I haven't finished this system yet, and it's why I'm maybe going to skip it for this and introduce it sort of after the 2 weeks. We'll see. Because I want this to be sort of a maze. And the proc gen system I've built, it's also not compatible with this giant background mesh, although realistically I could just make that massive. Or realistically we can just, I just don't necessarily need it, because if we look at the camera angle, we can see the nearby rooms a little bit. We get a little bit of preview, and we can see the floor, which it just looks like a grey background at the moment, because it's just a grey floor. But once there's actually corridor and some geometry there, you'll see this sort of sideways view, like all these little bits in between the rooms, which I think will be kind of interesting. But let's show off a little bit of this. So this is a like early prototype. Let's bring up generator, frame generator. I'm going to do this slow generation. Hit go. I don't remember how how I left this set up, but I'm just going to hit go and see what happens. Go. Each of the blue pieces are a room. The other pieces in between are sort of corridor pieces. These are designed to sort of build the walkable geometry, and then it's sort of down to. Oh, and this is my little buddy here, right? This is my little buddy that's here to test it. So this just builds the walkable geometry. You can specify the bridge lengths. We can sort of vary the shape of the bridge length. Each of the blue dots are where one nav mesh connects to another nav mesh, because each of these individual starts as individual components, and they build. Now, if I click, this guy will basically, if I click, he's given a command to walk to the place I've clicked using the nav mesh. So he's a debug tool to prove that the nav mesh works. The red piece is a special end piece. Doesn't have to be a special end piece, but it can be. These little purple sort of deer things, they're sort of arrows that I built out of primitives. They're just a sort of editor visualizer, and I made them out of primitives because I wanted to, like, this kit should be importable into other kits with as minimal extra stuff as possible. So the quickest and easiest way to draw a component. So now the way this works is you place the. I mean, this is still in debug mode, so you can see there's a lot of visualizations. So you place a one of these blue connectors along an edge. It will automatically calculate whether it's north, south, east, or west. You can specify that manually. So if you've got one in a weird place, like say you've got a U-shaped, a horseshoe-shaped piece of terrain, and it's actually towards the south end, but it exits north, you can configure that, and then it will select a piece that will attach to it. It will check the overlap, check it's valid. If it's struggling to find an overlap, it'll increase the length a little bit and then attach with a little bit of extra length. But what's missing with this at the moment is additional branches. The branch system is coded exactly the same as the main bit is. It's just not being triggered at the moment. So essentially, it should be eventually that if you see all these other blue connectors, that I specify either specifically a number of branches to grow off this, or exactly where they grow. I've just not decided exactly how I wanted to do that system yet. And I realized I got a little bit tunnel vision on building this for the specific project I was intending to use it in, because its main branch at the moment, has a defined start and end that's always on the main branch. and it occurs to me that I don't necessarily want one main branch, because the point of making this as just an exportable tool is to make it uh, so it can be used for lots of different projects very, very easily. But by making it sort of one main branch, it's kind of limited it, because that's not necessarily what you would want in your game. And sometimes you want loop back, like this at the moment, the way it's coded. Even if I actually trigger the branch growth, each branch just has a defined end. There's no loop back and rejoin. That's a little bit more complicated to do, but it's what I intend to do with it. Just to give an idea, especially if there's non-game developers here, I'm going to quickly show you a project I used this tool in, because it's not obvious if you're not really into game dev how each of the blue root converts into an actual game. My processing is finished for yesterday's video. Excellent. File sized. Those is not telling me. Thank you, Win. Oh, that's because I put it in the wrong place. We will review that later, I guess. I don't want to get too distracted that for the moment. Download. Can't really look at that in case I open the wrong file. I don't want to put like don't want to be. I'll deal with that when I'm off stream. Right. So this is the project. Let me show you a island. What an artist can make out of one of these. So this is a room. So the blue area is what's considered a room. Now it's a room in the sense that it's a defined play area. It doesn't necessarily need to be a room as in like enclosed walls. So I was actually genuinely impressed what one of my artist friends did with this, and this was knocked up. This was done incredibly quickly. Like we were right towards the end of the project when this was built. And that one blue cube now becomes this, right? And this is freaking incredible, right? And you see there's the blue connector on this side, there's one on this side, one on this side, and one on this side. And by the time you've rotated these and sort of you're playing from like down here, and you've got some big diversity, there's like such a massive combination. That was ultimately the goal, right? Create something. I'm gonna up the settings on this to a little bit longer. 10 and hit play. It's because it doesn't just connect them; it'll also put them in random rotations. You see the point of the arrows here? You can see they go in different directions. Now you can see these sort of orange balls. They're breadcrumbs. So sometimes you want to lead a player in a particular direction. And there's a tool in here that allows an artist to very, very quickly specify breadcrumbs. Now, breadcrumbs can be any object they like. In this sample, I made them just little candles. So if you were playing through with this sample, there were candles showing you which route to go, essentially. And they're subtle. Like they're intended, like, well, different games implement breadcrumbs different ways. You'll notice when it's first generating like this, all of the breadcrumbs are there. So they go to like they go to paths that are not valid. Once it's finished generating, See, it's hesitating now because it's doing some cleanup of the level. If I path now, go to one of the rooms with breadcrumbs. I have to keep clicking, or this guy will go into sort of patrol mode. You see now this one, it had like a cross. The breadcrumbs went all 4 directions. Now it just goes in 2 directions. So afterwards, it goes through and cleans up any breadcrumbs. If you're an artist, you kind of you have this simple way to place breadcrumbs, and then the proc-gen system decide which ones to show. So you sort of breadcrumb every entrance. Now that means you either have to lead them all to a central point, or you you don't necessarily connect them completely, but they're breadcrumbs, right? They're supposed to sort of draw you in a little bit. They're not supposed to be a navigation line. Not save that. I just wanted to show a little bit of the system going into this potentially. Right. So anyway, to get back to what I was kind of doing, what I want to do with this is I need to spawn my player. No, I'm not actually. But I've never bothered changing. None of the multiplayer stuff I've done. It's only just occurred to me. None of the multiplayer stuff I've done. I've bothered changing the player's start location. It occurs to me we already have some weirdness with things sort of popping in for 1 frame and then disappearing. And I wonder if let's not get into that now. Okay, let's focus on rooms. So rooms, right? I'm going to do a room template, and I'm going to create a prefab variant. Now all of these are going to be studio. So studio room 1, right? Because these are going to be themed around the TV studio. It's kind of going to be the sort of backstage. The intro to the game is going to be of you're on the sort of the game show stage, and then you walk off into here. We swing the camera up in above view and play from here. Now I'm not bothering building the intro at the moment. I may look at the cinematic tool as we get further in, but I've got to learn those. I haven't used much of the cinematic tool, and building cinematics and intros is kind of like I'm a programmer. That's not my. That's not really what I do. I build the tools to make them. Generally, you then get an artist come and actually build it. Right. So I'm going to build 6 of these. So I'm just duplicating the prefab variant here. Now, if you're not familiar with the variant system in Unity, it's hierarchical. So if I make a change to the room template now, but let me swap these out, and then it will be a little bit clearer. So if I'm going to swap this out for 1, let's start with the basic. So go room 1, and we'll do 2, and we'll do studio 3. I love how easy. Now there was a point you couldn't do this. Like you'd have to delete it, place it, manually copy the transform. Being able to just select select a different prefab variant is frankly amazing. Right, so these look all the same because they were copied from the original studio room. Now, if I go into the studio room prefab and I do something like let's make the floor magenta. That's really obvious. And I go back, you'll now see, because each studio room is a variant of the basic room, it applies to all of them. Right? So I'm going to, let's not make it horrible. Let's undo that. Right, I'm going to studio room. I'm going to open a studio room just now, but this is an individual one. If I open a studio room, I'm going to have to actually open parent. Find it in prefabs. So room template. I'm going to change that back to gray. Go with gray. Okay, we got gray, and if I come back, every room is. Now, if I go into specifically studio room 1, and I change its floor to orange, and then I come back into the room, and select it because the nav mesh is covering it. It only affects that one particular room. And the beautiful thing with this is you can do these in a hierarchy. So if I was then to create a variant of Studio Room 1, anything that I change in that will propagate to all its children, and then I can change the children individually. And what I really, really love about this, one of the things is what I really love about this is it makes managing complex like hierarchies of objects with common elements for unique detail. It makes managing them incredibly easy. Because if I'm going to put something that I want on all of them now, I can go to prefabs, room building, and this is exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to open the room template, and I'm going to reorganize this a little bit. I'm going to do empty room geometry. Put those in there. I'm just trying to clean the hierarchy up a little. I reset the channel. I did not reset that. Always make sure you reset the transform before you're putting empties in. It will make your life easier later when you end, or you'll end up with things all over the place and no idea why. Right, so now we can hide the room geometry. I'm going to add a 3D object cube. This is going to be room start trigger. Right, and I'm going to make this. I'm going to. I accidentally added. I added the wrong shape. Okay. 3D object cube. Copy the name. Delete that. Paste that. Reset that. Don't care about its color because this is purely going to be just a trigger. I'm going to delete the mesh render in a second, but let's do that now. What I'll do with these is create an editor visualizer, and the editor visualizer will be something that draws only in the editor. Sometimes I'll be lazy and just do that as like I'll leave a primitive on, and then the editor visualizer will delete it at runtime, so you never see it. Okay, box collider. Now I want to make this a little bit smaller than the room. Give it 19. So I just drag that up a bit so we can size a little bit. So basically, what this is going to do is let's make it a trigger. When the player walks into the room, I'll delete the message. When the player walks into the room, we'll use this to trigger the room starting. The room itself has an enemy spawner. And I wonder if we can subscribe to its on collision event rather than that gives me look that up. I know how to do this with adding a script with a signal. Can I subscribe to a child object on trigger rather than asking AI this? I don't think this is possible. I think what we have to do is add a script, but come on. Okay, that's going to take forever. I'm going to start adding a script. Unity mesh is not a C# event, so Collider does not expose something like, okay, rigid body on the parent, add a small relay component. Yeah, okay. It's just telling me to do what? Either add components that do, or do what I was going to do. So AI way would be nice if we could subscribe to those events, but I'll do that now. So I'm going to do room start trigger. Create an ad. Room start trigger. That's place. That's fine. Let's monitors. I'm going to kill all the scripts that I've got. Close all. Open that in a moment. I'm also now. It occurs to me that I have multiple components on the one of which is the network object. So the other one is the room itself, which is largely just a placeholder. Now, do I subscribe from both, or the enemy spawner and the room are on the same object? Do I link the enemy spawner to the room rather than linking both the room and potentially both the room and the spawner to start trigger? Right. Worry about that in a second. So public action room start triggered. I'm just going to double check in my character controller I've got the formatting that correct. I use these a lot in event action. Okay, public event action start trigger. So in the room, I'm going to do on enable on disable. I'm going to try and touch type again today. We're going to get a bit more practice touch typing. So on enable, and we'll need awake. I'm going to implement something that I've been missing so far. Network behavior. If not server turn. So we're going to have the triggering controlled entirely by the server. And we're going to want get component. So essentially, this is just going to always do nothing. So hang on, this is cache reference. So we want the room start trigger. Room start trigger. Start trigger. Balancing objects, just double checking their setup. Then we're going to do start trigger equals get component room start. We don't want get component because it's on a child in children. Notice I'm not doing this with serialized fields. I'm doing that on purpose because I don't want any developer setup required for this. The danger of this is if somebody messes with or forgets the objects. So I'm going to put my first sanity check in. So void sanity checks. Down again. Again, I'm going to put this here because in future I might call it at runtime to check some setup stuff. We just leave this all on the server for the moment. And what the sanity checks is going to be just a list of error checks. Now, this is trivial at the moment. Normally, I would have just awake. If start trigger is null, debug dot log error. I can't get out of the habit of looking down. Log error dollar name so this is the room. So this gives the room name. Cannot find start trigger wired. So context is this. So that will actually flag up. And we'll actually put sanity checks. Sanity checks. And we're also going to do void. I'm going to start breaking this up the way I normally would. Find references. This is what is annoying me about the autocomplete. I think kind of the 2022 version like auto-completed a lot of stuff that is just my common coding. So cat is coming back. And that there and find references. Now I'm doing that because it's generally they compile to the same thing, right? Like they will do exactly the same thing. A cat. We do this not because it's totally necessary at this point. It's just like as these get longer and more complicated, you don't want them all slapped in a wake. Once you've got 10 lines, 10, 20, 30 lines of code, it gets harder to work out what it's doing at a glance. When we have find references, we know exactly what it's doing, right? And you should always be one function, one job. And that can get a little bit fuzzy because if you're 100% strict to one function, one job, you end up with one line per function. But job could be find all the references. So then what we're going to do is on enable, we're going to do lots of extra boilerplate, but that is in the way. I'm going to have to look down. Start, trigger, start. Start triggered. What did I call it? I did call it room start triggered. So plus equals void. In the way. But I can't touch type with the wrong hand. So I'm going to just try and be consistent with the rest of my project. Start. Room. Stop giving me autocomplete stuff that's nonsense. We're also going to put the if is server. Start room. Done. Right. So this is going to debug log. Let's do it with the name. 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 Starting. Done. Right. So this is why I'm thinking maybe I should just attach the. Partly why I'm thinking I should just attach the enemy spawner. Attach it to the room rather than adding all this like triggering like signaling logic to places. Because I can do if I open the enemy spawn. Awake is fine. It's already a network behavior, so we also need to add the. I do need to add this. This is one of the fixes I was planning to do today as well. So we're kind of doing a bit of that at the same time. Because it doesn't need to do anything if it's not a. If it's not the server, it doesn't need to do like the enemy spawner doesn't need to do anything. We don't need start, so we can ignore that for now. I probably need to review that later. At the moment, we're starting on network spawn. We don't want to start immediately. So we'll do full start spawning equals false. And in update, we'll just do. We're going to also do if start spawning. If not start spawning, turn. If that's getting it wrong, but it's made me think like the autocomplete's getting that wrong, but it's made me think if spawning is complete, we should also just exit early out of this. Because this is the enemy spawner. We can put that in the update loop. Should we put. Or, I'm just thinking if I add extra functionality later, maybe it's not a good idea to have it in the update loop. Yeah, I'm going to move it out of there. And I'm going to put it there. So just so that we, if spawning is complete, we always just exit early if we accidentally try and spawn an enemy again. And that's on the room spawner, not on a specific enemy spawner. So if we want to force spawn an enemy at runtime, we can do that in a different way. So now we need to add a public void start. Call it start spawning. What that's going to do, if spawning complete, yeah, and we're also going to do, if we're not the server, turn if, because this we might replace later. Maybe we'll add some reset logic. I'm not 100% sure how I want to handle that yet. So if we try and start spawning when spawning is complete, it's fine. So if we walk back in and out of a room, it's not going to just repeatedly trigger. So start spawning true. So calling this method alone will be enough to trigger the enemies in the room. But until then, it should do nothing. And we're also going to want to do x spawn time time.time plus, did I call the spawn delay? Initial spawn delay. I've used this in a couple of places, so I might make an internal property. It's starting to get reused again and again, and I keep forgetting to put the delay in. So what I'm going to do is I'm float start warning time dot time plus spawn delay. Place that with that. And I've got it in a couple of other places. Do I actually need? I've got it in a couple of places, but I'm also questioning: do I need it in the other places? Like I put this in originally. This is now redundant because it's not going to spawn until it's given a signal to spawn. So that's actually redundant. That's redundant. Network ready. Do I actually need network ready? Because again, the point of the network ready was to wait until the spawn was done, and we're doing that by signaling now. So I think we also don't need network ready. I'm taking the time here to just remove things that aren't necessary because this reduces complexity. Which means I don't actually need on network spawn. I am going to need it. So you know, I'm going to remove it. I'm going to remove it. We will put it back when we need it. And I'm going to do what I said earlier about standardizing my code. So I'm going to extract method, find references, and I'm also going to add a sanity check in. So the references is spawners. If spawners equals null, blah, 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 blah. Could not find any. Hang on. Spawners. If spawners dot length, spawners will never be null, equals 0. Cannot find any enemy corners. Please place. Boom. Okay, now we can do a couple of other sanity checks while we're here. Enemies to spawn. That's one that matters. I'm going to copy this line. Formatting. So if enemies spawn, log error. You know, we'll leave this as an error. I was going to say it's like can be okay if we spawn 0 enemies because that could be intentional. But what we're going to do is we're going to do enemies to spawn 0 and enemies dot length is greater than 0. So this is saying I have enemies to spawn, but spawn none. Right? Room has enemies configured, but is set on 0 enemies. I might actually be about to make this redundant with wave features, but we'll worry about that later. I'm going to start method because it's used. Know what update does. Right. So we've got a room. I want to check this before I actually set the signal. So what we're going to actually run into what logs we get. Now what? Now I think this is the exit door, so I'm going to have to run a different way. Oh, we don't update the camera. Also, I couldn't run back, which kind of suggests to me that. Wait. Red is. On. Can't run out red. Oh, I went out the one that's off the edge of the level. I don't really need to see the player because I literally just walk out a door that's not an exit. So that's the one. That's the exit. That's the one that runs off the edge of the level. And if I walk through here, we should get. Check where the player is. I have walked into. Did I apply? Did I actually write the on trigger? I did not. Okay, I forgot to write the on trigger. On trigger, enter. I'm not going to put any conditions on this. I am. We're going to put one. Bool. Triggered. You know what? I'm going to not worry about looking at my. Slow me down. Trying to learn to touch type. I will learn to touch type again another day, and we'll do if is triggered turn, and then we're going to do room start trigger dot vote. Room dot triggered dot vote. I also need to set is triggered. Right, so it can only trigger once. I could probably save some processing and disable it. It's trivial, and I don't like saying that though, because like I think quite often we dismiss the trivial stuff, and then we end up with thousands of it. Right. I'm going to put this on its own layer. I'm going to put it on a generic triggers layer rather than it's a unique layer for it. So player triggers. The reason I'm putting that on its own layer, player trigger, is because rather than me putting filtering in the on trigger enter, I can just remove everything but the player. So rather than triggering physics events, and then I'm just going to double check that my mic's working. Occurred to me that now I've moved it, it might not be checked that my mic's working. Occurred to me that now I've moved it, it might not be checked that my mic's working. Okay, it is picking. I'm going to add a tiny bit of gain to it. Okay, there we're happy. I'm gonna have to get one of those clip-on mics. Like this sounds really good when it's like here, but when it's not here, it doesn't quite have the quality. Yeah, but so rather than triggering like internally triggering trigger events with Unity and then filtering for them in the code, we just don't trigger them. Like, and this is going to be vastly more performant. So that's happy. That should be happy. Let's actually check that works, and then I'm going to implement the disabling of it. So it's south, right? So no reference in room start trigger 16. Did I forget something? Public event action. F. I'm going to double check. Well, we should have a null check on it, but it should be. Their clone was shot by pickup. That's a separate matter. We'll deal with that in a minute. Oh, hang on, I didn't save. Save. Why is that not? Do I need to define the actions? Okay, no error. But also no action. Right, what did I do in the character? So let's look at one I know I'm using. Attack requested. Double check what I'm doing. So, invoked. Public event action on attack requested. That's set up exactly the same. I'm going to remove the check because I want it to trigger an error if it is. I'm wondering. Public event action, blah blah blah. Public event action. Now I'm used to the fact that we have to define something as new, but I haven't done that in the other ones. So room start triggered. I'm just trying to look through. Maybe I've got. I think surely it should be giving me an error here as well when it tries to actually unenable. Let's double check that's running. Did I room start triggered? Yeah, I invoked it on the correct thing. And play. I'm going to put another breakpoint there as well because I want to check. Just it's registering that it's the server. That essentially does the host count as server. Null reference exception because we enter the one we're standing on. Okay. Null reference exception, same again. Okay, and it never actually ran the code to. It didn't run on enable. Does on enable not run when it's a network behavior? Let's have a quick look at the docs. In was on enable run. I looked at the execution order before. Unity network. So order of execution for event function. This is the thing. I get the standard execution order, and it doesn't include the network stuff. So what I want is multiplayer execution order, I guess. But looking at the docs, there's high-level API maybe. I'm just looking through the docs for execution order. Because there is an execution order in the scripting API. And I'm hoping execution order exists. The trouble is searching for it. So Unity, it should be calling on enable. Inherits from mono behavior. I thought that was the case. Run before the object on enable can run before the object is spawned. But it's not running because I've got a breakpoint. I've got a breakpoint there and it's not triggering. Like it's almost like the object is just never being enabled. Starts enabled, right? Yes. Let's see if any of this. Maybe it's not compiled. Just put some more breakpoints. Go. And I'm putting it in on the check for his server. So awake has to run. And the docs say on enabled still runs. Right, awake is running. Okay, that's fine. And now on enabled. Is it just not compiled? And it's not a server. Okay. Okay, I do actually maybe need to not use on enable. Because on enable runs before it's networked. Wait. Okay, we got several of these. Let's remove those. None of these are going to be is server because this like on enable runs before the network. So I think it's essentially not defined yet. Oh, and then the trigger itself. If I and now we get the null reference exception. Okay, so it is registering the event. I'm unsure as why that is not. Have a look through character controller. I wonder if something changed. Where let me put a breakpoint in there. Let's see what actually happens when we get to that. Let's have a look. I mean, it says it's null. So host. It is triggered as false. And then room start triggered. Am I missing something in the formatting here? Maybe I should follow this through. I should also put this in. Stop that. Well. Oh, hang on. Play. Save. Because that's what I think I'm missing. I ever unsubscribe to it? But why that would be null? Maybe I have to run start or maybe start or awake runs something just automatically. Doesn't make sense. They run on the parent class anyway, so it'll run on. I never actually explicitly defined them in here, and they all run fine. Okay, let's hit play. Oh, hang on, I've upset it. Really doesn't like being in debug mode. Come on. Okay. Error could not enter edit mode as it's already active. Okay, right. Now this should stop at the point where... Oh, that's interesting. It didn't stop here because it's not a server. So it's never get... Okay, I think I might know... Might have an idea of what is going on here. I think it's just never being subscribed to, and maybe that's just why it's not. So I'm going to replace this with public override void on network spawn. By then it should be the server. Public override void on network despawn. Okay, I think that'll work. I think the null is just being triggered because there's nothing. There are no events. The breakpoint didn't stop me. Oh, we haven't spawned yet. Okay, we'll spawn. Okay. Now is server is true because so the host counts as the server. Oh, hang on. Step out. The host counts as the server. That's great. Confirmed. Step out. Now we're gonna set up the room trigger. What? Play. I'm gonna hit play now, and we'll see. Object not set to an instance of an object. Room 29. All right. So why are we behaving differently to my character controller? Because I never explicitly had to create them. Public event action. In there. There's a wake. Register module. Reinitialize. We're only in. We only care about that module. Later. What about start? Initialize. Okay. So I know this. I'm missing something stupid, but at this point. I know I'm missing something good. Meant to be null until at least one method subscribes to it. One method is subscribing to it, but it's getting null reference subscribing to it. Double check that actually runs. I'm gonna just add debug.log subscribing to room. I'm gonna leave that generic, and we should just get 6 of those in the log. Rather than putting a load of breakpoints in that play mode. And I'll collapse the log. Right, so if I host, driving to room, we get 6 times. And then we get the null reference exception. Okay. Why are we getting... Oh, hang on. Where's my player controller? Let's look at... I got the formatting wrong where I'm subscribing to it. Handler on network spawn. That's for the character controller stuff. That's just input management. We don't need the context. What about... Where's my unedited for here? Void awake. Set up controls. That's fine. What about the character movement module? Because this subscribes to a lot of the events, I think. Sanity. Oh. Okay, it looks like I've got the formatting the same. Okay. Okay. When it was in on enable, you know, I'm going to revert it to on enable. Let's void on enable. I'm going to just remove that for the moment. Change this back to void on disable. I'm going to comment that out for the moment. And let's just see what happens. Oh, hang on. Oh, I just realized what it is. Okay. I just realized. Okay. This is a kick yourself moment. And I even sort of stated this already. Right. I'm going to put these back. The null reference exception, right, okay. So the null reference exception here is because there's nothing subscribed to it, right? So we can put the question mark in to check for null, which basically says if this is not null, invoke, right? Our problem is this. And I said this ages ago and just didn't click that it was doing the same thing here because I said the same thing about enable because it runs before on network spawn. There is no server. Because this is run. Okay, so I'm kind of also questioning: is there a better way to do this? Because what I want to, I'm kind of trying to avoid doing these checks when they're not necessary. Is let's have a look if there's a network equivalent. I want to wait until. I need to wait until there's like the network stuff is set up. I mean, use on network spawn. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this, right? So we're going to find references because I'm trying to think through if there's ever a situation where you know what, let's just assume a wait. Let's not run it in a wait. Let's just run it on network spawn. So we'll do find references. And I've put the question marks in here because essentially I don't want to accidentally do this twice. I'm just protecting against if I somehow call this more than once. It will do nothing if it's called the second time. Essentially, if we already have a reference, because I don't want to override it. I want it to skip it, and it's quicker to do a Boolean than search for a component in the children. Let's put a note of that. This skips searching in children if already signed. Now, it more potentially, depending on your setup, it would be more stable to just always allow search and sign it. We could put extra checks in, but again, extra checks cost performance. They're really unnecessary in this use case. Oh, Unity objects don't like coalescing assignment. And this is just going to be like the potential fix is just going to be an if statement, isn't it? That looks horrific. That suggested fix is horrible, horrible nonsense. But it's saying use a ternary operator. Same difference. Equals start trigger not equal to null get component. Otherwise, just start trigger. Oh, hang on, I've done that the wrong way round. Oh, hang on. Left is true, so I did it the right way around the first time, but I think it just reads a little bit better like this. So what this does is essentially, if the start trigger is null, I did it right the first time. So if it's not null, just use this. Like use self essentially. Like if it is null, we get the component in the children. So we skip the search if it's already assigned. So I don't like doing all of this like in the same step. It would have been nice to break it up earlier, but I'm going to switch to object pooling at some point, so there's no need to agonize over it. Sanity checks is fine. So this should actually pass now, and this should work. Fingers crossed. Okay, no errors. Studio Room 1 starting. And if I run down, we should get Studio Room 2 starting. Perfect. So now, instead of just logging, I'm going to do in find references, we're going to want, I'm going to start splitting this into region, cache references. I really ought to start like customize my default. I used to have a customized default because you can change the like when you open when you create an empty script, you can change what it creates. And I use this layout like a lot, so I should maybe do that. So enemy spawner, and what we can do find references is here. Enemy spawner. We're going to do the same thing. Enemy spawner not equal to null question mark. Enemy spawner get component this time because it's at the same level. Enemy spawn. Oh, hang on, it's not enemy spawner. It's enemy room spawner. Of course, side on. Enemy room spawner. Why is that not? Open the enemy room spawner. Series system. I think that's probably from when I was randoming. Okay, it had a typo. And I corrected the file name, but I didn't correct the class name. Oh, this is going to reset things. Reset things? No, it's going to recognize it by GUID. Thank you. See? Thank you. Good job. That's why it wasn't picking it up, because I spelt it correctly here and I spelt it incorrectly in its own script. Okay, so enemy room. So room start trigger is fine. Room. Start room. Okay, now we need to do. Now that we've actually got the reference, we do enemy room small e. Enemy. I don't want to call this enemy spawner when there's a room spawner and there's an enemy spawner. Like I want to make sure we always use the full name when it could become ambiguous. Now I'm going to put a dot. I'm going to put the question mark and then start spawning. And the question mark is essentially that it's a null check. Not using if enemy room spawner not null. Why do Unity objects not like null? Why do Unity objects not allow it may work in some cases, but a common case where it doesn't work, so unfortunately the most reliable approach is not using it for you. Okay, mostly due object like okay, so lifetime problem. Once a Unity object gets destroyed due to destroy object, scene switching from C# property will point to a non-null class instance and potentially prevent full garbage collection. Okay, that's why we don't use. Okay. So we don't use it for Unity objects, but we can use it for other stuff. Okay, that's fine. So what this should do now, the player is starting in the room. So this is fine, but what this should do, like you notice, like while I was testing now, like enemies didn't spawn. What this should do is as soon as the player starts, we get spawning again. After a short delay. Is 3 seconds. And we get null rest. Fantastic. Object reference not set on line 62. Enemies and is this because I'm going to come out of debug mode. Oh, I never called the sanity checks in here either. Sanity checks. This is network behavior as well, so I need to. Okay, doing the same thing. Doing the same thing. Let's just remove the is server for the moment. I need to remember that. Don't put it in the awake. We need to set up a separate I've got into the habit, like I always get like find components in Awake. Feels wrong to be doing it elsewhere, but oh wait, it also won't do the sanity checks because that's done in Awake. Part of me wants to be like, surely there's some way to construct the object so it has awareness right from the start. That is a question for another. Okay, awesome. We get enemies. We got ricochet balls. We have playable game. I mean, at the minute, we can just walk out the doors, which we want not allow. And I could just finish the level by walking through the exit. We actually don't want this to be an exit door now. Oh, now I'm stuck. There we go. Oh, I love that. I love being able to ricochet that. Like, kind of aim with the mouse then, and I just hadn't set up mouse-based aiming. Right, so let's finish cleaning up the rooms. Now that we have the actual triggering on, let's finish cleaning up the rooms. What we want to do is we want to change our door setup. Door prefabs, room template. We're gonna make the exit door. We don't want an exit door essentially on the default room. That's not an exit door. Now the player barrier do need to change. I look project setting layer collision. This is what I was setting up yesterday, but kind of got I was running out of time. So player barrier. Again, a player barrier should only interact with the player at all. If I set it to not a trigger. Now we don't have an exit door at all. That's fine for the moment. The enemies should be able to walk through these because they're excluded in the layer collision matrix. The player shouldn't. That worked. Okay, I didn't apply it. I didn't apply it to all objects. That only edited the one door. Okay. So overrides file. Right. Now we'll try it. Right, so I can't walk through them, but enemies can. Which is perfect. What I'm going to do when we get there, like I'm going to focus on like just one room for the moment though. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set it up so that it just gets turned to a trigger once we're allowed to, like, so we determine Elemental Magic's cargo. Hello. You're a master programmer elemental. Welcome. Master programmer elemental. Interesting. Do you play games like Magic the Gathering by any chance? Like with the... Right. So we'll change them to a trigger and we'll use the trigger to then move the camera. So now for the camera move, I'm going to create an empty camera position. Yeah. Okay. Mythic. I don't even know what that means. Does that mean you're ranked? But is that the Magic the Gathering's ranking system? Okay, so camera position. So I'm going to add, let's make sure that's zeroed. It is zeroed. I'm going to just quickly come out of the room template and look at my camera 1490. Okay, room template, camera position. I'm going to create an empty camera top position. I'm doing this because each room is going to have fixed camera positions. I'm going to allow the player to move between them, but for the moment we're going to just have the top one. That's why I've created a collection of them. I'm not going to put all the others in now, but I'm going to use these to sort of lerp to the transform. At the tier or face decks that beat you on turn one before you draw your first card. That feels kind of bullshit. That feels very bullshit. Um, um, that feels absolutely very bullshit. Right, I'm going to add an editor visualizer for this. I'm going to call this editor arrow. It's just occurred to me that I haven't set up assembly definition. I usually do that first when I'm importing packages. If I took no actions, how did I? Yeah, that's it. That feels very silly. I've known that in. I mean, I don't. I've played a little bit of Magic the Gathering. I used to play a game called like the World of Warcraft trading card game. The one sort of that they abandoned when they bought out Hearthstone. And there was a deck you could build in that that was kind of the same thing. It it would it would just create absolute BS. Like it was rough. But hang on, saving failed. Check the console. Oh, what did I do? The associated script cannot be loaded. I mean, it was deleted. I just created it. It's here. And I can't remove it. There we go. Remove editor. Why is it not? Uh, Why is it not happy? You know, I'm going to delete that. I think it might be because I put it in the editor folder, but we'll cross that bridge in a second. I think it counts those. It does something. They're one of the special folders. Yeah, have you ever played the Magic the Gathering trading card game? Like, there's a Murloc deck that, let's say, was a little rough. Right, I've deleted it, recreated it. Script isn't edited. Okay. I'm just going to take it out of the editor folder. I've done that in the previous versions of Unity. It lets me do that fine. But have they put some extra validation? Um, we'll deal with that in a minute. We'll deal with that in a minute because I'm kind of questioning. Uh, what's going on? I'm really not worry about it. So, if Unity editor, we're also going to add a using Unity editor, and if add a couple of serialized fields, serialize. It's it's American, of course, but autocomplete dead on me. We want a minimum size for this. I do float size equals 1f at 1.0f. I don't know why, but I'm kind of obsessive about putting the 0, even when it's not relevant. Serialize. Why do we not like the serialized field? And we're going to do color. Probably a bit unnecessary. I'm going to type this with a U because I'm English. Color.white, color.cyan. Not going to accept the default. Okay, and we're going to delete that. We don't need those. Did you by any chance try out the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering release? Because I tried to do those. I was gonna get some. I was out the country when they got released. And I don't play, like I say, I don't play Magic that much. So I had no idea how fast they were gonna sell out, or rather, how fast they were going to be all claimed by scalpers. I don't want on GUI. I want on draw gizmos. On draw gizmos. What we're going to do is we're going to do handles dot color. Very nice of you to actually get that. Handles dot arrow handle cap. That's not correct. Brackets open. Do I don't want to just copy this code because don't know what all of it was. Let's have a look at what handle arrow control ID. Control ID. Okay. This is a terrible, terrible description. The control ID for the handle. What is a control ID in this context? Position the handle in the space of the handle's matrix. That's kind of like, if you know graphics, you probably know what a matrix is, but if you're somebody who's just learning game dev, I think the handle's matrix just thing. So I need to supply. Just wondering, what does control ID even then end up doing? If I have a feeling if I reuse these and set the same control ID, this is going to cause problems. Let's confirm that. Let's just copy the code as is, and then we'll rip apart why it's terrible. Rather than me just assuming, because I've never used this before. I'm Googling things. And end the line. Right. So that should be it. Right, camera top position. I'm going to add editor arrow, set the default, and we'll do. Okay. We have a nice like pointy, like it goes in this direction. And if I change the from global to local look, or grid, or like it's always going to point direction. I think our size, we don't want it to default to the same size as the editor widget handles. So let's change. I'll change the default. Switch. See. Not that is fine. What I would probably want to do later. Oh, that's interesting. It's always. Oh, that's weird. It drawing the same size in the visualization. I know, like the widgets do that too, but actually, let's make it 0.8. Can be shorter. I want it to actually be relatively small, so because this makes it very clear that there's an object there, but also which direction it's facing. What like I probably want to extend this be the camera specific, so it will show the rotations well. But I'm not going to bother with that now. That's getting way over the top. Right, give me 30 seconds to stretch my legs and grab something from the other room. I'm going to grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Well,
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! Um.
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Right, I'm back. I just thought I'm going to take a minute to stand up and stretch while I think through what I'm going to do as the next bit. And that I should probably commit this to GitHub by now because I've not even opened GitHub yet. I've been spending too long this week sitting at my desk, so. Oh. Oh. Okay, so right, let's sit back down. Just my camera. GitHub. Make sure we've saved everything. Yeah, I definitely should have opened this up before. Because I've done way too many things to be putting in one commit. I'm going to break this down a little bit. I'm going to delete the editor folder because there's nothing in there, and I'll worry about assembly definitions later. I want to have a play with why that's getting angry at me when it we'll worry about that later. Okay, so I'm going to just quickly second screen this. I'm going to commit this separately. So editor arrow. We're going to do added a visualization for the facing direction of empty of. It doesn't need to be empty. So objects, because I'm going to have quite a selection of empties in this. Objects. So that's facing direction. What I probably want when I get a little bit further is to draw the camera frustum like the actual camera does, or at least a mini version of it. Just so we can show rotation. We're not going to worry about that at the moment. Right, the rest. Player light mockup. We added the player light. So I'm going to clean that script up before I actually commit it. Scripts, player light mockup. Let's delete the unnecessary stuff. This was a placeholder. So added a placeholder script to rotate light. That's all it does at the moment. Well, it can rotate anything, if I'm honest, but so we deleted room prefab, so we renamed the room template. Not quite. Default network prefab. Have a quick look at that, because I actually haven't. That's handy. I didn't realize it was managing, like it was storing a list somewhere. That's quite handy. Okay, I think the rest probably needs to go. Really, white space cleanup. I really should have been committing these as I go along, but so white space cleanup. So enemy room spawner. So the rest, I think, was done. A collision matrix. Tag manager. Oh, I added tags. We added the player triggers, and then that's an interesting way to represent the player collision matrix. That's a very interesting way to. You know what? I'm not going to question it. Unity's developers probably got a lot more experience with it than I have. Added a layer for was it? It was player for player triggers. And in the description, updated layer collision matrix. Where it can have the typo. Added a room start trigger. Uses signaling, so we don't have constant event spam. And one shot gate. And the rest is going to be updated rooms. And I can't really put. I'd be writing out an essay. It's fine. Right. So while I was looking at the room trigger, there was one other thing I wanted to implement in this. Or I was thinking of implementing in this that is delete itself or disable itself. Deleting saves memory. I mean, have that many rooms? Doesn't matter. Room start trigger. Because once a room has been started, do we care? Probably not. Destroy this. Now that will specifically destroy the component, not the game object. If I hit play now, because the trigger is instantly triggered, if I then inspect what's in the hierarchy, it should be missing its room start trigger. Room 1, compare that to room 2, room start trigger. So it's got the object. Can I just delete? I can just delete the object. I don't need to delete just the script. I can delete the whole object. Destroy game object. I like making sure I clean up objects that are never going to be used again. I think I might disable the template UI as well because it's overlapping with this and it's not going to be used at all. And remove that from the game manager. So if I look, room 1, yeah, it's gone. And then if I run down to, I think it was room 2 down here. Oh, I can't leave the room now. Damn it. Okay. We'll come back to that. Let's have a look at. I'm calling simple full map done for the moment. Scoring is done. It's just not on the UI. Room transitions and triggers was on the list for today. I'm going to do that now because while I'm thinking about it, added destroying room trigger. When no longer needed. Okay. And we'll push that. Right. So the next change is going to be like what I was kind of doing because not even thinking about what was on the list and I was trying to get back to the list, but I was kind of doing the right thing anyway, is setting up the different room transitions. So at the moment we've got the main camera here. Now this, I do want to tweak it a little bit. So let's side by side and let's change what monitor I'm for a little bit. So that's our screen, and I like the showing a little bit of. But there was a view angle in Smash TV that I really liked, where this wall you don't see, and this wall you see more. I select the camera. wrong angle. I think that was achieved by the global pip. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm going to go to -6. I could math these, but I just... Yeah, I could math these, but I just want to get a feel for being roughly right. So what I'm considering is the top camera being like the default overview, and then setting ones along each wall that give slightly different angles. So you get a little bit of choice as a player of where you're looking. And this is bothering me, so I'm going to delete the main canvas. Because there's nothing that needs it in this game. It was just imported as part of the template and isn't. Now I probably want to calculate this properly, so we're not at like 0.7. But I was also thinking of changing the viewing angle a little. What it looked like off the... Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't look right at all. Keep it field of view axis vertical is fine. If I bring it back down to like here, trying to look at if I use different viewing angles, do I get sort of less extreme view of the walls? So if you look at, I've got this much view of the wall at the moment. I'm going to undo that to the point where, yeah, that is a sort of double the width, and that's probably more than I actually want. Part of the reason I sort of went the way it is because the configuration of this light, light, but we'll come back to those. Because where I need to put the camera, I think it's gonna block things. So I'm gonna reduce the field of view. Extreme moment, just to get the contrast. There we see a little bit of the walls here. So I do want a bigger field of view than that. Because I want to be able to see what's coming into the door a little bit more, but by reducing it, I'm changing the amount it distorts. Go with... Then I think 60 feels a lot better. Our problem here is the area lighting. Deal with that in a second. And I'm actually kind of pondering over whether I actually want these to go, just not be quite where they are. Here's a question. If I near clip them, obviously they're still going to cast shadows, right? Because that's something I do want. Let me change the near clipping to the extreme moment. If I go, I want a little bit of shadowing that does a cylinder. I will rotate that 90, make it 0, 0, 0. Bring it up, point it there. wrong axis, rotated. I'm going to bring it there. What I'm essentially looking for, I bring that up into the near clip. It's not shadows. That light on dynamic. Mix mode. I had. Wait. It is casting a shadow. Oh, it's the angle it's at. Hang on. Where is it? Cylinder. Right, it's the angle, look. So I'm going to shrink that a little bit. 5. The purpose of this, I'm not going to implement this fully now. I just want to show what thinking is if I don't need the collider. If I have something that is within the camera's near clip range, I'm going to avoid making this just ridiculously extreme because I do want some things to be floating around above the arena at some point. In some cases, that's something I want to experiment with later is maybe I have some frameworks or girders and stuff that are sort of within the bounds of the lights that will cast shadows. And I can sort of change those by like room to room. But anyway, back to the camera. I'm going to go with 60. I'm going to move the lights above the camera. I'm good, Simple. How are you? How are you, buddy? Let's go unlit for the moment. Right, so my camera's position, let's do 22. 1, 5. Trying to get it so it fits like the top of the wall pretty much exactly. Uh, 201, 21. Okay. 2. Not seeing. Is it just because of the shadowing? Okay, that makes things a little bit easier. It's because the area light doesn't cover that far, so we need to tweak the area light as well. Let's do the area light first because it's going to make the camera a pain. Sorry, but I popped my knee today. Ooh, ooh! I've done that before. I've done that before. That's bringing back. That's bringing back some painful memories. Are you? I guess you're not going to be walking around too much today, then. Right. Let's go room template. So the area light, I definitely need to have a look at my other lighting option. Area light. Again, I don't want to. Like, this is art. I know. I'm mostly trying to implement functionality, but just want. Because this says area light, but it's a spotlight. Oh, no. It's a ceiling light and it's a spotlight. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to add an area light. Do I even need the backing? Because this is just a mesh. Like, This is for if you're looking up at the ceiling. I'm going to leave it in, just in case. I'm going to do 20. That's way too. So 5. Straight down. Go isometric. It doesn't. It does need to be slightly bigger. Really, it's the light itself that needs to be bigger, not the backing for it. I had ACL surgery. Oh, okay, that could be bad. Do I necessarily want to make it big? Because this is the physical representation of the light. Let's go. And I already made this bigger, right? So I look at. It was actually like, I think originally. This is the physical representation, and it had a out of isometric. It had a. It has the spotlight in it, and I do want spotlights in this, because like that's the vibe, the studio vibe, right? I don't want. Okay, I'm agonizing over this way too much. 3, 3, 3. Right, it's a chunky one. I was about to just put a big grid of like roof lights, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this just one area light that expand just larger than the wall. I'm going to leave the ceiling light visual. I'm going to add a create empty area light. Add the ceiling light. I'm going to change that to light source. And the ceiling light, I'm going to just delete the spotlight. Actually, I'm going to move the spotlight for the minute. Just because I want to reference its settings. So ceiling light is just a mesh now. And now it's not going to affect the scale of any of the other components that I've got inside it. Set them back to 1. So you can get really weird results if you've got. You can get some very weird results if you scale lights, I'm told. Right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to let's create another empty. Create empty. Meshes. That's at 0, 0, 0. That's fine. Mesh. I'm doing that just so I can collapse it, and because I'm going to duplicate it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Delete the original. Now if I go top down again and isometric again, I'm going to go -3. No, -6. -8. Much. 7.5. Okay. So -6.5, and then we -6.5. 5. Okay. 2 is going to go to -6.5. 3 is going to be -6.5. Then 5. part of the reason I'm doing this is because if I add any things that create global effects, like I might clean this up. Like I'm not sure this is totally necessary. Leave that one there. Next one goes to 6.5. This one goes to minus 6.5. I should have prefabbed this first. 5. I'm really wishing Arena Light. I really wish I'd done that. Finish it. I'll copy the transform in a second. So that goes to 6.5. And then the next one goes to 5. And so we've now got this grid. These don't actually generate any light. They're just visual. So if we allow our players to look up at any point, we've got this like lighting grid above each room. I'm going to rename that room area light. The reason I'm doing this, when I could make these, we're going to call that ceiling light mesh. Okay, ceiling light mesh, and I don't think there's a replace ceiling light mesh. I can, but the name is going to bother me. Undo that. Ceiling light mesh. Now I'm going to watch the replace ceiling light mesh. And now, because it sort of takes the next number that's available, I'm kind of forcing it to ceiling light mesh. I wonder if I can do this on mass. Prefab, replace, ceiling light mesh. Does them in order. So are they in order? They are. And now I just delete the one without the number on, and we're happy. I've done it with a prefab because it saves data in the room templates prefab file. So instead of it having like 9 different object references, it just has a reference to prefab. Also means if I make any changes to this later, that it'll apply to all of them. So now let's actually crack the light source of isometric. The light source itself is currently facing the wrong way. Want it to be, I would imagine. And it is conveniently just on the surface. So its range is going to need to be a little higher than whatever our height is. So 12. Call it 50. You don't want to overdo the range because it then has to calculate extra stuff. Let's just will that actually hit the floor, or will it floating point rounding error at me? 12.5. Essentially, I'm trying to avoid it calculating light in an area that it will never reach. The camera drag. Okay, right. So light source intensity. Let's go super high, and we need to change back to shaded mode. 1. Now it's quite small at the moment, so if I go super high intensity, we're currently doing nothing. Fantastic. That because it's overlapping with that surface. Might be. Look like it. Get red. So yes. I'm in lit mode, right? Shaded. Oh, baked only. Let's go. I have to bake lighting for this. All right, let's do the size 10. Oh, good. It matches the radius. 20. I think we need this to be slightly larger. 22. And 22. This is going to... Can't bake lighting into a prefab. Now I understand. Now I understand why it came with a spotlight. Is there a way I can make a spotlight do the same thing? Spotlight you can have as dynamic, and it's just easier to set up. Now I understand why the template came with a spotlight. Now it makes sense. Put spotlight in. There's no way I can make a spotlight do what I want it to do. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to come out of that. I'm going to go into the scene, go back to shaded mode. I'm going to go window, lighting. This is what screwed us in the previous project. Because we had somebody put more than one directional light in the scene. And we'll just leave that default. And it doesn't like having more than one directional light. I'll name default on main level. It doesn't like having more than one directional light, so it can get very, very upset. And it creates some weird interactions with lighting. So we had this sort of negative shadowing effect. Just the one directional light was down, and directional light's meant to be the sun, and another one was the like an underglow. And somehow they got they got them to look how they wanted it to look, but when we tried to make any changes to it, it was really unpredictable. Using two directional lighting because of this sort of negative light shadowing, which is not supposed to be a thing. Unity doesn't really support negative light shadowing. I think it was just the way it was erroring. It was sort of wasn't meant to be negative light, but that's what it was essentially doing. Wait, I already removed. Delete. You. Okay. So now I'm going to have to bake the light in and just see what it looks like. I understand what. Yeah. So this is probably going to be slow. Or is it? I mean, I only have a small number of lights. Lighting. Probably delete that. Hello, cat. Welcome back. Light source. I'm going to see what happens. If it's going to take forever, I'm just going to cancel it, and then we'll change back to a spotlight. I'm going to go back into the room prefab first, though, and remove the extra spotlight, and I'll copy the settings over from the spotlight. Intensity 40. And that had mix mode. Light source. spotlight 570, light source 570, indirect multiplier range 12.5, spotlight's range was 20. I'm gonna make this is 20 just to make it match, because I'll play with tuning it later, because if I like tweak the height again, I don't want it above the floor. Spotlight, that's angle, that's not relevant. Filter and P. Paste. That's fine. That can stay where it is. Maybe I want it tweak slightly, but again, I'll remove the spotlight. Moment. I'm gonna put the spotlight back in. Save that. I'm gonna commit it. Updating room lights. Just so that I'm not relying on undo to bring it back. Spotlight gone. This is going to bake the lighting into the wrong level as well, but that's fine. I can do that. At this point, should be good. Generate. When can we test it? I'm kind of hoping to get to a point where I can shoot enemies and walk through the level today. There are a lot of changes I need to make already. There's a lot of changes I need to make. Environment. There's a lot of changes I need to make in terms of the networking stuff, because there's a lot of stuff that's being instantiated in the single player way and not the multiplayer way, and that creates a problem. So things like projectiles that are game object based only exist on the player, on the local player, and they don't spawn over network. That was fast. Now, so we don't have this central spotlight anymore. But if I go into the room template and I say, for the sake of making it really obvious, ripple the intensity, then come back out here and lighting, generate. I don't know if that will go in editing. Keep an eye on these. Like, this is going definitely outside my skill set, like trying to mess with the lighting. Okay, lighting, generate. Watching for if this changes. Not doing environmental lights. We don't need a skybox. We don't have a sun. Light, fog. I'm going to change the color and just make things really obvious. And maybe the intensity is calculated differently with the area lights. So I'm going to crank that up to ridiculous. Make it red. That way, once we generate it, we know 100% it's not doing the lighting, and it's not just the light settings. Okay, yeah, it's definitely not doing the lighting. Can we? Might be that it's overlapping there, so I'm going to lighting. Why are we light source? Vector set to baked. Set to cast shadows. I don't know why this is doing nothing. I don't really have time to look up the why. Me just come back to that. Last attempt. I don't think it's crazy difficult. See, part of the reason I insisted on this being multiplayer is I want to get a better feel for the latest multiplayer stuff, because there's been a lot of additions in the last year or two, changes. I don't really understand all of them yet, but I want to play with them. Like a lot of the stuff where I've looked up how to do the multiplayer, I think has been very overkill. Or you're just struggling just reading docs rather than following guides, and I wanted to get a better feel for it. Right, I'm going to abandon the lighting. I'm going to go back to spotlight. I think I need to learn more about the lighting system. It's a long time since I've done much of it. Nothing that really jumps out as obvious to me as why this is not baking like that. By light source, it's suspicious to me as well that it's baking too quickly. It's baking way too quickly. It should take a lot. Well, the last game I had took 45 minutes to bake. It was insane. Well, how many do you want on one map? Because it's just a matter of managing the data sent. There are ways to get it up to quite significant amounts. 250 plus. Okay, I mean, you're talking MMO level there. I don't remember how many the Unity's multiplayer. If I'm going to pull up a project that I don't care if I accidentally change things in. I'm also, in the meantime, I'm going to discard all the changes there, and we're going to go back to spotlight method. Kind of worked, even though not exactly. So I'm going to disable that. I'm going to look up a little more on how to use area lights properly and make sure they're baked correctly outside of this. Making this an area light, not necessary for this to work. Spotlight, mixed. So mixed, I think, yeah, that's good. And probably what I can do with these is attach it to one of the meshes, bring it down to 30. This is going to end up with some significant overlapping lights, but I'm also going to care about that. I kind of do, but also not completely. You see, I'm sort of narrowing this in, so it's like a softer. I don't want this hard edge. So I'm going to make it so it's kind of still a spotlight, but on each thing, and it's a lot softer and a lot less light than crank it up just so I can see where it's affected. I want this to be probably a little bit bigger. I want to overlap, essentially. Go 60 and 40. Trying to make the... Okay, so that's where the light will actually read. Question of how much do we soften the edges there. I think going... I mean, 40 looked about... Or 45 looked about right. Now if I bring that down to, say, a 20... And what I'm then going to do is I'm going to apply that back to the prefab. And now you see, like, we get a little bit more light in the scene because there's one under one. Perfect. Right, now the other thing is loaded. Let's have a quick look at Unity's multiplayer. Come on, load. So, multiplayer center is installed for this. I think that's the one I want. So, window, multiplayer center. Genre of the game. Simulation, number of players. Right. So there's this wizard in Unity, right? You can, in theory, support as many players as you like. The question then becomes, how much code are you going to write custom code for? Are you going to do things the easy way or the hard way? Are you going to use Unity's transport, which eventually you have to pay for, right? And I think I would almost, I mean, you're talking city management game, right? So the question becomes, is that necessarily 256 players who have access to the same live play, or 256 players that have access to a shared set of data that isn't necessarily 100% live because it doesn't need to be? Because we can talk about like different ways of managing that then. I'll have a look. Like, but if I select 256, for example, it goes, right, what's the game pace, right? So it's a simulation game. The pace is slow. Do we care about cheating and modding prevention? I think from what you've described to me already, that probably is a problem. And do we want best player experience, best operating costs, or as little cost as possible? Right. So I'd need the dedicated server package, and it's not installed at the moment. So we want best experience, and we want a client server architecture, right? Or do we want multi-server? This is where we start to get complicated, right? So if we're a client server, we're netcode for entities, that's fine, and dedicated server, that's fine. So we go and spin up one of the Unity dedicated servers, and it will host like 256 players. If we go to multi-server, you're looking at this. Look, at this point, you're like, hey, you've got to write custom stuff. You know, build your own communication layer from scratch. Good luck. And that obviously that's going to get expensive and complicated. What I'm thinking is you go client server, and anything beyond the 256, so like the larger player economy, you manage that on a data basis, right? So you have some shared data sets that the server will occasionally sync with. So technically, your client server for the live session, then you get some periodic updates. So you don't necessarily need multi-server. I mean, I'm trying to think how you can kind of shoehorn things into client server, even though they're technically multi. I'm thinking like things like World of Warcraft, for example, right? That's, I think, one of the biggest examples. Like lots of MMOs do this, right? So you go to an instance that's technically on another server, right? Server is to be host and parent for data, but people will play their game on their PC. Right. So that sounds like you don't even necessarily. That makes me think of not even technically. Server is to be host and parent for data, but people will play the game on their PC. That makes me think you don't even really need a server. You need a local game, but it's sending data over the internet. And at that point, we just write a custom server to manage the data. Server needs to host the maps. But define host, right? Like by host the maps, is that because you want two players like playing on the same map together? So it will be client server, yeah. Okay, not going to get into that now. Like I tell you, it's literally the first thing on my to-do list. Looking at the documents you sent me in more detail is literally the first thing on my to-do list after this 2-week game thing. So right, I'm going to get back to that. Right, so I'm going to whack the intensity up here and just to double check because it feels like I'm on the wrong thing. Apply all. Yeah, it's not applying to every light. I thought there was something iffy there. Okay, it doesn't like. I've got too many lights essentially. I don't want to just crank the performance settings up. What we could do. No shadows on that one because this is just sort of some, and then just rely on the spotlights for shadows. Let's clear that. And I'm going to make that back down to 40. And I'll apply all. But I still have several that are not doing anything. Also have a big spotlight in the middle still. Why do I have a big spotlight in the middle still? So that would be number 5. Huh? Oh, what? Oh, don't tell me I put the light in the wrong place. I put the light in the wrong place. Hang on. Spotlight. Okay, I put the light in the place that was relative to the wrong light. So 0, 0, 0. And we'll come back out of that. There we go. Now we have the many lights. That's why it wasn't displaying. And don't like the ring I'm getting there. Soften that a little bit. I want the middle one, so the one on number 5. Play with this till I'm happy with it. So, yeah, having a bigger range there helps. So I'm going to override that again. I'm see the others update. Perfect. I think now I'm going to turn the intensity down now because it's just supposed to give me a general like low level, and then we rely on the other lights. This is why an area light would be better for this because it's just one light source. I didn't play SimCity 5. The last SimCity game I played was like SimCity 2000, I think. Like, it was a very long time ago. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've played some other city builder games in the meantime. Right, I'm going to have a quick... I'm going to go back to room template. I'm going to turn off the meshes for that. Right, so now I have enough lighting so that I can see some shadows. And you can see here along the wall, look. You can tell there's a spotlight on that now because of the way it has this this sort of fade. So we can tell there's this sort of studio spotlight. Some loose Factorio. You have loose Factorio? Oh, hang on. I turned the lights off because they're part of the meshes now. Ah. Let's do camera. Let's just do the camera clipping. Camera ear clip. There we go. Right, so that is probably too bright. Spotlight. 10. Even maybe 5. Let's go 10. No, 5's enough. 5's enough. It's meant to be the low level. Like, I'm going to replace it with an area light later. I probably just could just slap a directional light in the scene as another workaround. That would have probably been way easier. But we're where we are. Right. So camera top position. Camera, I want to remove... I don't want the near clipping. I'm trying to think through... go back to unshaded. If I just lift the lights up, it's going to give me a completely different profile. I also probably want to change where the spots are and maybe angle them a little. Won't be new. But aren't you building like a world building game? Right, so that's 12. How high was my actual camera now? Camera is at 22. Room template. So if I just spent all that time tuning it and it's going up to there. And look at what that does to the light. Because it's like the spotlights are now way too wide. Like by the time they hit the ground, look, like they're way too wide. And their range is massive. You know, I'm going to go into that. I'm deleting the spotlight. It's a workaround for not wanting to have a sun lamp and not wanting to look up the area light. We'll do that later. So I know I need to come back in and add something to this. So let's do that first. Let's do main level lighting, which basically just contains nothing anymore. I mean, I've not updated the prefab, but it contains basically nothing. What I will do is light, directional light, 90, 0, 0, 0. I'm actually going to raise this up to a height above. It doesn't actually matter where it is, but I just want it to be sort of out the way. The spotlight worked, but I was going to have to increase the range on all the light, which means the calculations get heavier, and it's a workaround where I need to go and look something up to do it a better way anyway. So I'm just going to put a global light in, and you can see this because this does real time and baked. So this immediately does what I was trying to do, is give me a low level of lighting for the scene. If I change this to blue, for example, like go slightly yellow. See, the intensity calculation here is different. Like it's just on one, and it's just like all the light basically. So I'm going to make that. This will do shadow, no shadows. We do want shadows. Off shadows. See this? So now I get the. Do I want those? I'm actually not sure if I want those. Real-time shadow, bait shadow. I could. Again, I'm gonna have to mess with the bait settings. Do you know what? I'm gonna. I kind of like that hard shadows. I like that. Near plane. Ooh. Oh, that's useful. I would have thought it did. Shadow layers. Ah, so I can make sure things. I can make sure things are not like are ignored. But what I'm gonna turn that off because this is just to give me a low level light. And I'm gonna turn its intensity down to 0.2. Maybe even 0.1. I want just enough light to see by. Right, so I want to see the tops of the walls lit up. And then the rest of everything else should come from like spotlights that light up each room. It means we get, even if the spotlights aren't perfectly, it means that even if they're not perfectly placed, we get this minimum level, so we can't have like pitch darkness in certain, like in places where the spotlights are kind of absent, which is what I'm trying to go for here. Right, so studio lights. Let's go with the fixed spotlights now. So I want to change these, put them at slight of an angle. Go top down for a second. Top down. Y. -10. -10. I'm going to bring them up. Not quite all the way to where the area light's going to be. Because these are conceptually going to be on... I can leave them at 12. These are conceptually going to be on poles. So we're 180 at the moment. Let's rotate 30 degrees that way. $30 that way. Right, and if I now take this guy's spotlight up the range, doesn't look like it's pointing in the correct direction. Up the intensity. Yeah, it's definitely not pointing exactly in the right direction. Let's revert that. Oh, hang on. One too far. What I'm going to do, I'm going to rotate 30 degrees that way. Then in the local Y, we'll go 45. That still might. Hang on, negative 30 that way. Or let's do it here. Let's do 150. Right, so that's pointing sort of 30 degrees that way. Now we're going to do global 45. I think that works. I'll do spotlight. Right, that was still not the right direction. Did I? Y spotlight. I hate doing the rotations like this. On. Why are we? I'm going on the center. No, we'll go on the pivot. I should make a dark room. I could. I might leave that as possibility. And I can always turn down the global light, but I'm going to leave tuning that until I get to the area light point. Right. One. No, oh, I'm being an idiot. I said I need to rotate it 45 degrees and then did it 90. Okay, I realise why it was misbehaving now. But I need to do it in the correct axis. So let's go snapping. Toggle scale snapping, toggle angle snapping. So 45. Okay. That, I think, is correct. Oh, hang on. I did the wrong object. Why? Right. Are we on the right object? We're on the right object. Okay, so 150. And now we want to rotate 45 degrees that way. Now let's crank this up so we can see it better. Perfect. Now the question is, do I want it to be... I'm kind of thinking maybe I want it to be the opposite arena corner. So maybe 30 degrees is not enough. Let's undo those. I'm going to crank the spotlight up, narrow it, crank its intensity up. before I rotate it. That way I won't have to keep it. So minus 60. Hit the rotation snap at 60. Go. That's definitely not right. $60. Oh, hang on. It is 45 still for this. Thinking in wrong angles. I want it to be 60 sort of downwards, and it's already 60 downwards. So we then just go 45 that way. And now we're limited by the range. I should have changed that first as well. Oh, let's do that because I'm going to end up going back and forth fiddling this. Let's just make the range 50 for the moment. 30 so I can see the end. Right, so spotlight plus no, minus 60. And then we're going to rotate it in that angle by 45. That's still not. Okay, this is a real pain in the ass. Be local. Yes. Is that the correct axis? That does align. Narrow that to like a laser. Oh no, I'm pointing at the wrong thing again. This is really frustrating me. Just keep clicking on the wrong thing. I'm gonna go 40 for the range, 200 the intensity, and I'm gonna narrow it beam. Make sure I'm on the correct object. Minus 45. See if that angle does it. Change back to global. We lock to 45. Go that way. Right, so that is correct. Now if I go back to local and I'm on the spotlight, question is, where do I want the center of this? I think sort of there-ish. I wonder if 120 is. Oh, let's make it 120 because it's a nice round number. Or maybe you have it slightly low. I'm just trying to think how much I want the shape to be distorted. Yeah, I think 120, and then we'll raise the light up a bit. We'll go 13. I'm also kind of mindful I don't want the range to be ridiculous. So now we go back to the spotlight. And the range is like miles down here, look. So let's drag that back till it sort of touching the ground, or within the ground. Like I don't want it to go above the ground or we'll end up with a hard edge. Right, and if I still fancy there is that still feels very much like I'm having to like super power the entire. If I set this to like 40, what it was before, don't even see it. Kind of nuts. That a little bit. 150. Wait, why have I still got the? Oh, because the other three lights are still there. I haven't adjusted the green lights yet. I was like, wait, why do I still see like the other spotlights? I'm just wondering if this feels too distorted. I mean, let's look at the setting on the light. It's only 20. Why is it creating such a more dramatic light? Not the range. Because I'm pushing the range limit a little. I realize I keep making the point that I don't want to agonize over these really matter, and then I am agonizing over them horrifically. I think that's way too. Raise that up. Bring that back to the point where okay, we've got the bright light pointing downwards. Range is 40, intensity is 200. You know what? I'm gonna do it all, and 10. It's funny that how I can see that fine. So it is the range. It's the light drop off over range. I'm just trying to think if I can get the effect I want without just having a massive range. Um, let's rewind a little. Right, so we're back over the top where we were at -6, -6, 12 height. Go to -9. Rotate it by 10 degrees. Go local. Rotate 45 degrees. That already just radically changes. That didn't. I don't think that rotated right. Hang on. Degrees that way. Oh, I'm on local. I need to be on global. Global, 45 degrees. Right. That already significantly changes the lighting. Nice. I go spotlight now. That's it's surprising me how big a difference when it's such a small change. I'm going to do 25. Okay. 40. I say I don't want to just crank the intensity up massively. I think that'll do. I think that'll do. I mean, that'll create I think if I hit play now, that's going to create sort of the angled shadows from the player. Post. I didn't turn shadows on. Soft shadows. Go. I guess I turned off by default for performance reasons. Oh, that was nice. Like you see the camera drone walking around. Okay, now we get shadows. See, that sort of angle shadow is why I'm trying to put the light at a different angle. Get out of my way, you jit. Okay, that work. Okay, that works. That does what I wanted it to do. Right, so I'm going to override by all. I'm going to delete those. Now I'm going to do. I'm back to global. Do a little trick with this. Mathic Cloud, hello. Hydrate. I'm out of drink. Bear with me a second. I was about to stretch my legs and grab one from the other room. Bear with me 2 seconds. Thank you for the reminder. I will be 2 seconds. Oh no. No, no! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the. Right, I'm back. Sorry about that. It was time to go and grab a drink. I'm trying to put off walking away. You remember that time? Good, good. I was hoping some, like, because I haven't been live for a few years. You were the one that triggered that. I'm trying to add some stuff. Like, I haven't been live for a few years, so I was like, okay, let's put some old favorites in. Okay, we're doing the 4 spotlights again, and what we're going to do is we're going to drop one out, and then we rotate this by 90. Okay, drop one out. Rotate this by 90. Drop one out. Rotate this by 90. Drop one out. Unrotate it. Then drop all 4 back in. Perfect. Right, so now we've got the camera drone. Spotlight, camera drone. I really like that as well because it casted the shadow now, and that was exactly what I was going for. You'd wonder if I died. Well, I wanted to get involved in research, so I went I ran a company like writing software, but I'm all self-taught, and I want to go and do a PhD. So I thought I better go and formalize my education a little bit. Right, we're gonna soft shadows from there. That should not cast shadows. But we'll deal with that afterwards. Look up. Pick up. I don't know how to exclude it from the shadow. Don't usually do lighting stuff, you see. Unity get shadows. Not casting. real-time shadows disable completely. I don't want to disable shadows. Google your AI summary nonsense. Oh, of course, I need to change its rendering material to an unlit. It's too damn hot. Lights also flowing weird. Yeah, lights do tend to lights be weird. Lights be weird. Right. I'm gonna go to materials. I'm gonna create a new folder. Unlit metallic. Copy that. I'm gonna create a material called unlit metallic. Go metalness 0.95. Smooth. We'll leave that about. Where do we want this? Super. We don't want it super shiny. Let's go about point. So it's a little bit shiny. Change it to URP unlit, which doesn't even have the shiny option. A middle ground one. I want it to pick up light from the environment, just not cast a shadow. So if I change it to unlit, I'm just going to leave this as white for the moment. See, if I change it to unlit, it doesn't cast a shadow. But I don't actually want that. URP it. Is there an option? Table shadow. Shadows. So if I drop that on, it's receive shadows, not cast shadows. I want it to get all the environment light in, but I don't want it to cast shadows. Where's this? Okay, Google. Enable on and okay. I but not. What are my options? Okay, see what the other AI has to say about this, rather than Google's. Let's see what I can find on the documentation while that's about it. Data that shadows. No, well, that's an easy one. I know how to do that. Game object real time shadow. Select the game object in the mesh. It's the mesh renderer component. Pick up mesh. Lighting, cast shadows off. I found that in the document faster than AI could write me the answer. It's still thinking about it. And they keep saying AI is getting better, but it literally took me less time to Google it. You made a VR chat world. VR can be very very iffy. It is the light. In the light, you have the option to say, "Does this light cast shadows?" But I want it to cast shadows from most objects, but I don't want it to cast shadows from this object. So this object is a pickup. It's a placeholder. There's no proper model for it yet. So think a box with I think a like power up box. And I want it to receive shadows and receive all the environmental lighting, but I don't want it to cast shadows. It's an abstract object. It doesn't really exist in the world. I just want it to visually look like it exists in the world. So now what we'll get, if I hit play, I've done some VR stuff. It was fun, but VR can be a big pain. Here is exactly what I wanted, look. So the power-up didn't cast a shadow, but the players and the characters do. So you get this. That's meant to be a camera drone that's sort of following the player. So it's not the camera drone that drives the player's view, because the concept of this game is it's a TV show, right? So there are like drones flying around that are just tracking your position. And I want something to give you that sense. So like at the moment, it's just a basic implementation. It just rotates in the middle. But what it should do is eventually is it will bob around on a sort of sine wave as it rotates around the arena, and it'll wander in and out on a sine wave. And it will always look at its player. So if you have more players, there'll be more drones. Probably going to soften its shadow a bit. I think it's too harsh, but I just put it in as a placeholder. So like this. In the shadows, I probably want to maybe fiddle with the rendering settings to soften that thing's shadow. It's creating a very defined shadow. That's kind of cool, though. That was exactly what I was going for with that. Exactly what I was going for. This looks so much better already. Like, just with some random until look at me. Yeah, so as the player walks in, there'll be drones like following them around. I wanted to give that sense of like make it very obvious that you're you're being televised. Eventually, I hadn't planned this for the 2-week stretch, but I'm also planning to add a camera to that and have it record. So when you die, you get the audience perspective of how you died, which I think will be quite an interesting addition. Right, let me just make sure I've cleaned this up correctly. Make sure you've got the same thing on each one. I'm supposed to be doing the room transitions at the minute. I got distracted with lighting. Exactly, woohoo! You died. Yeah, I got distracted with lighting, and that is so. You notice the like camera drones on different rooms. Like there's one in each room. Right. So I'm going to commit this. So updated room lighting. I'll push that. The next thing is to actually do the room transition. So I was setting up events. I was setting up the sort of the room like triggering. So we want when the last enemy dies. Let me bring the game manager. That was a product. You dropped that into the wrong box, Simple. Prefab. No, we want scripts. Game manager. Trying to think the best way to signal this. So I don't want to end up with what I did with the character controller and just have layers of signaling, because that became ridiculous to manage. Let me just think a bit. I'm going to close all the scripts I don't need. Possibly. That's a good job you weren't copy pasting a password or something. Your email address. Right. tell you what, I'm going to take a couple of minutes. I'm going to nip to the loo, and then we'll implement this when I get back. So give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
Well,
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well,
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well,
oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well,
oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well,
oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well,
oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half-empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No! Hello! When you sold my Minecraft... I do remember that, yeah. It had a limiter. Well, there's a lot more to do with performance than megahertz rating. It's never that simple. I'm just going to have a glance at what mine's running at the moment, just because I'm interested. 3600, 5400, 5400, 5500. So even while I'm fairly chill for performance, a lot of the cores keep peaking to 5500. But this chip runs really hot. Really hot. Anyway, right. On to getting the rooms working. So at this point, I've locked the players in. Now we need to unlock the players, but we need the signaling available to unlock them. So First things first, enemy. 4.2 gigahertz cruising while gaming and watching it and running virtuals. I imagine you've got something fairly chunky simple, or you're not updated for a while. Right, so let's region this. Region configuration. I really wish the autocomplete would catch up. And region hash references and region. Simple, have you used the 2026 Visual Studio much? Because like this is my first time using it, and I find it really frustrating that it often will not. It's auto. The IntelliSense keeps dying on me. So I want a enemy room spawner, parent spawner. So you have a 7950X3D. Not bad. My 64GB DDR5 RAM is nice though. Tempted to sell half, double the profit when it buy back at 100 when it goes back down. This is if it goes back down. I think it might be a while. I think it's going to take a lawsuit this time. It's not market forces anymore keeping the price of RAM high. There's been some news about the major memory manufacturers fixing the prices. I bet you know about this, Simple. This is the sort of thing you tend to pay attention to as well. So there's this idea that it's Micron, Samsung, and HK. There's this idea that AI drove the prices up, and that was true, I think. But what happened is then those companies were colluding to increase the price further, just to drive everything up, and they've been in trouble for that before. There's been lawsuits about that in like the early 2000s. So it's not just market forces keeping memory prices high. And you bear in mind, memory prices affect the prices of NVMe drives, of graphics cards, of mobile phones. They affect basically all consumer electronics, and this is having a knock-on effect on lots of other industries as well, like game dev, for example. This actually might advantage Unity over Unreal, because Unreal tends to be less efficient, right? It's the more demanding stuff tends to use Unreal, stuff that is going to have to be demanding because Unreal, like, you think because there are consumers who were reverting to buying older DDR4, and then all that suddenly dried up and the price went up. Like at this point, there are people buying like AM3 systems to build new PCs, like using DDR3 to build a new gaming PC, and I'm like, okay. Now, if you're a games developer, but gamers who PCs don't last forever. If your market are buying 10-year plus old hardware because it's all that 99% of people can afford, you can't make games for new hardware. You have to focus on making things like hyper efficient and downscale things. So I think we're probably going to see a wave in the industry of as this problem gets worse, sales will start to drop because people can't run it, and we'll go back to, there was a period in the past, I think in the early 2010s, where game developers were just targeting all their games at like the bog standard machines rather than the heavy stuff, and that was great for most gamers, right? Because you could just game on anything. Like your game will run on like a potato. It has a downside for the industry overall because nobody's pushing the limits anymore. Oh, I think we're already starting to see that. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do now, right? I get very sad that I think the big companies are trying to brute force creativity in a lot of the ways. They sort of like if you're a dev in a studio with 1,000 people working on one project, you don't have as like that much control or that much input. Like most of those people are okay, go make me a chair, right? Go make me a table. Go redo this texture. And I think one of the problems is when you're given just these like small piecemeal jobs, you lose the passion. You lose the waking up in the middle of the night excited with an idea. And if you look at that passion and that drive can get things done so much faster. It's like occasionally you see indie games come out where they've been built in unrealistically short amounts of time. And I think we've accepted as a gaming community that games just take a long time to build. And I don't think it's true. I think they're like the more they push towards trying to brute force creativity, the worse this problem's going to get. Like it just because you can brute force it, but the more you restrict that creativity and the freedom and the just flog people to death, the lower their work rate. This is a passion industry, right? And I think there's probably part of this is like something that like happens outside the games industry, is that we're getting tracked and monitored and like our time is being optimized to mean you have zero free time. And if your job is to stand and stamp a QA sticker on something at the end of a production line, that you just stamp, push, then the amount of time you're sitting there is directly proportional to your productivity, right? Like you can't walk off. But if you're a creative, right? If you walk to the coffee room and make a cup of coffee, and you spend 45 minutes just because you were talking to another member of staff and you went on a tangent, just blurting out ideas and bouncing stuff back and forth, in the modern economy, that is considered you not working. But if you're a game dev, you're a creative, or an engineer in some cases when it comes down to problem solving, that 45-minute tangent probably came up with like loads of ideas. It fills people with excitement and passion, which means when they sit down, they work faster, they're more focused. And I think sort of our modern approach to the way we want people to do intellectual work kind of just doesn't take that into account. And I think there's a lot of things we're losing in that, particularly in creative industries, where we're losing things because of this continuous monitoring that's designed to optimize performance. Because performance is not as simple as how long you sat down at the desk doing the job. And there's people with mouse jigglers that have managed to fiddle that, right? But I think there's a lot of other things we're losing as well. In that, if you go back 20, 30 years and you're not being monitored at work at all, let's say you've got a little bit of time free in your day. Some members of staff would have looked at something and gone, oh, that's broken, I'll fix that. Just because they've got half an hour free. Now, not every member of staff's going to do that. You've got the terrible members of staff that are not going to do that. You've got people who are like, okay, I'll go and hide in my office for an hour. But you've got those ones who'll go, I'll go and help one of my colleagues with something. Or, oh, I've seen I've got a project that might be beneficial later. I'll experiment with it. And by making it so nobody can have that free time anymore, okay, you've taken it away from the people that were just going to use it to slack off. but you've also taken it away from the people that would have used that time to pick up the things that fall through the cracks. And now we end up with companies trying to implement like complicated procedures and teams to catch the things that fall through the cracks. I'm like, well, just don't hyper optimize everyone's time. And if you've got somebody who's just spending 4 hours a week playing solitaire, do something about it. Don't just go, okay, well, we'll just hyper monitor everyone's time. Like, I think companies have to get at, like, we have to get away from this idea that if you're idle for 30 minutes, you're doing nothing. Because it's just not true. Right? I have a slightly different perspective on this because I've worked for myself for so long. I think I'm acutely aware of sometimes I need a break. And playing Factorio for an hour will actually boost my productivity, right? It's the same principle as sometimes when you get stuck on a technical problem, you should walk away and go make a cup of tea, go make a drink, go spend 10 minutes talking to a colleague. Because sometimes you're getting stuck in a loop in a place where you're not being productive, and go step away, go and have a 10-minute chat with a colleague will solve that. But nowadays, when you get like this, like monitored, oh, well, you shouldn't be walking around chatting to people. Like, go and do your job. And I think most people in a technical field will have had something where they're stuck at it and they've been banging their head on it for hours and hours and hours. And then they walk away, make a coffee, and it just comes to them like that. And we've taken that away in a lot of places. Isn't that why Daddy Kojima left to make his own company? I don't know about that, but it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. I have kind of one I'm conflicted on as well, because I was at Develop in Brighton recently, and there was one of the presentations about ADHD, right? So apparently really common in the gaming industry, which doesn't surprise me at all, right? Because people with ADHD tend to gravitate towards creative fields, or we tend to gravitate towards engineering fields. And game dev is kind of both, right? So super, super common. And one of the things that regularly gets discussed in like circles like that is like we should remove time crunch, right? Because time crunch is bad for you. Like expecting people to just make the deadlines by working 14 hours a day, 7 days a week towards the end, like it's just ridiculous. And it's bad for you. And I feel very conflicted about this because I have ADHD. And the reason I feel quite conflicted about it is because I recognize how bad it is to rely on time crunch. I recognize how it will mess my health up, the people I care about's health, my colleagues' health. But also when I'm under that time crunch and the adrenaline kicks in, that's when I can move mountains. Like that's when I get the stuff done in an unreasonably fast amount of time. Like, so what concerns me, like if you actually genuinely take away crunch completely, I lose one of my biggest strengths. And I think there are probably healthy ways you can introduce crunch, right? This 2 weeks is one of them, right? So you introduce those deadlines, and I'm working 9 to 5, right? I am like specifically not working like 7 days. I'm specifically not working late. I'm maybe overrunning by like 10, 15 minutes each day because I'm like, okay, I'm going to finish saving and cleaning up what I'm doing. But I've got deadlines with this. So it's not like you can't introduce that level of focus without this sort of like big looming deadline that everybody's screwed if we don't hit it. Like for somebody with ADHD to focus, it doesn't have to be this like doom and gloom scale of deadline. Even left budget conflict, shifting corporate strategies, fear breakdown in working relations, internal conflict, army restricted internet. They restricted internet access, isolated senior staff, and strict instructions of an independent. The internet access sounds silly, right? Because it sounds like there's one of two things with that. Either somebody accessed something inappropriate, that they shouldn't be accessing at work. And if that's the case, you should have dealt with that member of staff, right? Go deal with that member of staff. Companies always seem afraid to do that, though. Like we're not gonna discipline that member of staff who was doing something inappropriate. We're going to put out a new procedure that everybody has to follow. Or the other side of that is maybe they just don't want people to access anything that's fun or recreational at work. And like, you not realize, like, people take their breaks in the building, and people's ability to recuperate is tied to whatever the thing they want to do in their break is. If you take away people's ability to recuperate, their performance during their work period drops. Like, particularly people in intellectual field. I've noticed, like, the past couple of days while I'm doing this, my productivity drops, like, towards the end of the day. Like, I mean, it's natural when you've been, like, brain focused for so long. You do. Right. Anyway, at this point, let's get actually triggering some things. So public void assign. Let's set room spawner. I will say as well, like, I've been quite focused these past couple of days, despite the fact that I have several things distracting me. I have the microphone between me and the keyboard, and I'm kind of learning to touch type at the same time. Because I used to be able to, and it's like when I realized I'm struggling, I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna try and learn to touch type. So I'm doing that. I'm talking to people. I'm also like focusing on like swapping monitors. Yeah, I'm quite like relatively focused. Also got pushed because budget went up because Yumi is a perfectionist, and we saw being a perfectionist can be its own problem. Although I think generally, I think we've got lazy in the software industry, game dev included. We've got incredibly lazy about doing QA. And don't give me this, oh, it like complex software, like it's just not practical to test it anymore. Bollocks. Absolute bollocks. Right, set room spawner. We're going to do parent spawner. Hang on, we need to configure enemy room spawner. We'll call it enemy room spawner. Enemy room spawner. I mean, also, like I say, I've got other things distracting me. Like I specifically use new versions of the software that I'm not used to. Try and throw myself a curveball. Also, play about with the new stuff. I'm using the new Visual Studio that keeps breaking, and I particularly am very sensitive to the software continually breaking. If this was normal for me, I'd have just stopped everything. If this was a normal week, I'd have just stopped everything. I'd be like, no, until Visual Studio is behaving itself, I'm not touching anything, because if anything that breaks my flow, like, ruins my productivity. Right. When we die, what I'm doing is I'm tying in the room spawner to the enemy spawner, because so what I'm going to do is when an enemy dies, basically tell it to send a signal to its parent room spawner. I'm not doing this with signals, I'm doing this with public methods. I could do it with signals, but I was thinking about how to do it the other day, and I'm like, yeah, it's overkill. I already do a lot of stuff that's overkill. Public void enemy has died. Right. Is server return? Do we want that? Yes, because we only want to do the checking for that on the server itself. So we're going to do enemy. I don't need the edit arrow anymore. I don't need the character movement module. I don't need the player controller. Don't need the character controller. Don't need the room start trigger. I'm just cleaning up things that are kind of signal noise. Yeah, I mean, I think there are times when you've got somebody who has a good track record like that, like, and they say, "Look, we need more money to do this." You should probably listen. You should probably listen. So when the enemy dies, Now I'm checking here if is dead. I'm gonna flip that and do if not is dead, and that's just in case it gets called incorrectly in some position. Now we're going to do enemy. We do if enemy room spawner is not equal to null, then enemy. Why can't you really getting the wrong thing? Parent spawner, and then parent spawner dot enemy has died. Right. So this is essentially like budget signaling. Every enemy that's died will send a single signal up to the enemy room spawner. The enemy room spawner is then going to go if not spawning complete return. Now the room I did have signaling already. If not spawning complete. Now once we get the signal, we also need to do I need to keep a track of enemies that have spawned. This is what I started doing yesterday. Past references. So runtime variables. We're going to do enemy. No, we want a list. List. Enemy. Spawned enemies equals new. Using system.collections generic. See, this would have been automatic before, and it keeps kind of being automatic in this, but it keeps failing to do it. And that's getting on my nerves. Like, it's like 2026 is just super unreliable. Right. So this is when I'm spawning an enemy. I'm going to skip the. I keep trying to think there's a better way to do this, but spawned enemies dot add. I'm going to break this into two lines. I remove the reference to the enemy so that we don't create. No, it's only a reference. Copies take lots of space. References don't. Or copies can take lots of space. So then we go so just to make this more readable. So enemy spawners, enemies. Did I? Oh no, it was spawned enemies, not enemies. So spawned enemies dot add spawned enemy. Right? And then enemy has died. We're going to do enemy. Then when we actually call that, we'll do this. Okay? So enemy is going to send itself. So we want spawned enemies dot remove enemy. Now the question is, does that contain? What happens if I specify an incorrect enemy? What happens when I try and remove an item from a list that doesn't? We're going to find out. I'm going to just hard code this as enemies 0, which is really bad. And we're going to hit play, and we'll see what happens. So what I'm doing is I'm forcing it to try and remove, like, I want to just confirm, do I need to put a check in, or, like, does this exist in the list first, or does the list handle that? I think it does, but I want to be sure. Start, it's not being called. So there's that to consider. I forget to save something. Enemy room spawner. Enemy has died. The lighting on those is interesting when they're at a different angle. Maybe I need to like tweak those. But that should have if parent spawner. Oh, I forgot to set the spawner in the first place. Which is one of the reasons I still need the reference. So spawned enemy dot set room spawner this. Because otherwise it's trying to call back to null, and there's a protection for null, so it just does nothing. That was interesting. My breakpoint moved. Okay. Should be using it's much easier to aim with the controller, but right, if spawning complete, return. Right, so I need to wait for all the enemies to be spawned. Should probably turn the controller on so I can aim, because I haven't implemented mouse-based aiming, but I have done controller-based aiming. Right, it's supposed to be 10 enemies. Right. Spawning complete is true. Now the question is, does this line trigger an error? Because spawned enemies does not contain... Oh, it does contain null. Interesting. We need to always remove it. We need to not... We don't care if we're the server. But when it's died, we always need to remove it from the list. Okay, but that skipped over it. No error. Okay. No error. And it just didn't remove it. Which is exactly what we want. But we also want to remove enemy. Right. So we're always going to remove the one that's specified because we know it's died, and that list is supposed to be like living enemies. Enemy count plus. That's not the enemy count. That's total spawned enemies. I'm going to rename that total spawned enemies. Because the way it's worded, it's ambiguous with the like. It sounds like how many enemies that still exist, but we're not actually tracking that. We're going to do int total killed enemies. This is interesting because I'm handling this completely differently to the way I normally would. Right, so does remove return anything? It returns a boolean. So if, and again, I want to double check how this works. I think I know how it works, but we'll check it. Else debug. Oh, hang on. Debug.log enemy in list. Else debug.log enemy not in list. I think that's how it works. I'm going to do enemies 0. I'm going to detach the debugger. We don't need it at the moment. Right, so I just want to confirm this should say enemy not in list, and when I change it back to enemy, it should say enemy in list. I'm putting in a protection here. Oh, you off? Simple. Oh, I suppose it's quite late for you. You have a good night, bud. Right, let's just kill one. Enemy in list. Right. Oh, I didn't save it. Save. 1 a.m. Yeah, it's a bit late. Bit late. You have a good one, bud. Hopefully, by the time you're back tomorrow, I'll have a playable build. I am going to miss a little bit tomorrow, but I think it'll be late in the afternoon because I've got a hospital appointment. I've got it complaining about the Shadow Atlas size as well because of the amount of lights we've got. That's a later problem. I don't want to just up the size because I want to keep Unity performs quite well. I want to maintain that. Right, I kill that guy. We got enemy not in list as it should be. Now, if I reset this, use enemy. I'm missing a bracket. It should do enemy in list. I'm just double checking this works the way I think it does. Always a good practice. You know, test your assumptions. Don't assume. Come on, enemies, come get me. Come get me. Enemy in list. Fantastic. It works exactly as I thought it did. So if we're enemy, so if it's in the list, I'm going to do enemies, total killed enemies is what we want. Minus, hang on, no, plus. So I'm tracking this regardless as if with the server. However, we're only going to take the action on the server. I don't think that necessarily needs to be true. Maybe I should have a play a bit later with which objects don't necessarily need to be like managed by the server. So when the enemy has died, if total killed enemies is greater than or equal to enemies to spawn, that's nonsense autocomplete. What are you doing? Is greater than or equal to... So we already know spawning complete, so total spawned enemies should be the highest it's gonna be. We'll do it backwards. So we'll do if total killed enemies is less than total spawned enemies, return. So these are just all exit conditions. Now, at this point, this is where we want to do something to the room. So room, and we'll have to find that in awake. Room equals get component room. Okay. Sanity checks. If room null, we're going to debug.log error. Has no room script attached. Please add one. And then we're going to do room dot. We haven't added this yet. Oh, unpin that. Didn't mean to pin it. Start room. Void finish room. If is server return. If enemy rooms, it's not enemy room spawn. At this point, we need to look at the doors. And I think I'm missing something from doors. I'm just trying to think the best way to manage this. I'm not going to yet. I'm not going to. I'm trying to think how I manage the opening and closing of doors, but we'll figure that out separately. Like I want to have a door that won't reopen, and I haven't implemented that, but that's another step. Let's not try and do everything at once. Room building door. So a room itself needs list. I love how like the common stuff is just there we go. It's not room list, it's door list. So in find references is we're going to do door list. Oh, hang on. We need to initialize that equals new. Door list equals get components in children. Door. That returns an array of type. Oh, hang on. Get components in children. Can't convert it to dot to list. So we find this returns an array, but it will return an array of all the doors. We want to convert that to the list. Actually, do we need it as a? Do I need it as a list? I don't think I do, because it's never going to change. Door array. Okay. That simplifies things. So find references. That's going to find all my doors. And then when we finish room, for each door, D in door list, D dot open. And I'm handling that on the door, even though I haven't written it yet. So public void open. What we want to do here is we want to keep track of. So we've got the player barrier, this game object here. Now that's looking at the box collider. Do we just remove it or we disable it? I'm going to create a lock while I'm at it. So ball is locked equals false. And I'm going to do, I don't need this to be the game object. I'm going to make it the box collider. Make sure it's happy with that. Because what I was about to do is like pull the box collider out of it. Like, why not just get the box collider in the first place? Yep, so that's happy. So player barrier, that shouldn't really change anything. I don't need to find anything. So when we open a door, multiplayer. It's possible for players to walk through more than one door. So we need to supply a signal back to the room. This feels very back. Let's do it the simple way. Region, runtime, variables, end region. Cached references and room, parent room. Now, the room is already going to search for the doors. Find references. So what I'm going to do here is public void set parent room I'm going to do room parent. I'm going to do parent room equals parent. Okay, so we should have a reference to it then. Now, once we open a door, the door is going to be player barrier dot is trigger equals true. Now, what that should do once we open it is once it's a trigger, we can walk through it, but it will also send a signal. Okay. But the player barrier also only interacts with players. So then what we're going to do is we're going to do on trigger enter. Why are we not giving me the autocomplete? Void on trigger enter. Why are we unhappy? Let's get rid of these. Don't need them. On trigger enter. Void on trigger enter. Why are we not? Visual scripting. Void on trigger. So this is what I mean by IntelliSense like losing its shit, right? Like it doesn't have on trigger enter. Got the 2D one. Got exit, stay. On trigger enter. Fine, we'll use exit. I'd love to know why it keeps doing that. What do you mean there's no on trigger enter? Oh, of course I already have one. I'm being an idiot. Void on trigger enter. Right. Now we need to differentiate between is it an exit door? So the first question is, do I even need to? I don't think. Door mesh, box collider, player barrier. Ah, this is where we get funny. Because there's more than one collider on here. And I need to make sure I'm on the correct one. So let's do debug.log other dot can't even just do self, right? Other dot I think I've been through looking this up before. And I have to set up okay, what we're going to do is I'm going to just we'll treat open as we just delete the box collider. What I'm worried about is if I rely on the door mesh as the trigger, you might be able to walk up and just because of like clipping through slightly, you might be able to trigger the trigger. Duh. Pool is open equals false. Right. So open door. We don't need to change the player barrier, so we just player barrier dot. Okay, we can change that back to game object. Player barrier dot set active false, and is open is true. So we get the signal, we remove the player barrier, we open the door, right? Now, the on trigger enter will do if not is open return. So even if that does trigger, if it's not open, we don't care, we ignore it. Okay, now, the first thing we want to do on trigger enter, this isn't going to be just the player. So first off, we want to do if, I'm going to just copy this bit. If it's a player, we're going to do, we need to lock the other doors essentially. So when the first player steps through a door, we lock all the others. So you have to go with, like, so if one person chooses a door, you're sort of committed to that, right? I'm not going to force the transition yet, but we'll do that, right? I'm not actually calling finish room yet either. Let's not forget that. But public void lock other doors, and we're going to do door door for each door in door list. If door is not equal to D, door dot hang on, D dot lock. I haven't implemented lock yet. Public void lock door, and that's going to do is locked equals true. When we call open, we're going to do if is locked or is open. Return. There's no point opening a door that's already open. Return. It's already locked or it's already open. We return. And just in case the player barrier is not active, so we do player barrier dot set active true. Actually, that gave me a, yeah, so is open is false. So when it's locked, it's also not open. Right, so the D dot lock door. Right, so when we step through a door, which is here, we're going to do parent room. Hang on. If parent room, we then parent room dot lock other doors and specify the current door. Right. So player steps through a door. If it's not open, we ignore it, just in case of like clipping and stuff. Enemy. Okay, so we step through. We lock the other doors. Okay, that works. As die. Room dot room dot finish room. Why is that angry? Room finish room. That's a public void. So if room dot finish room. So when an enemy dies, we know this triggers. When we get through and we finally killed all the enemies, we call finish room. Finish room says, are you the server? If you're not, we do nothing. If you are the server, we open all the doors in the room. Now, if a door is locked, it stays shut, right? It gets ignored. So we could manually decide to lock some doors later. But my plan is that when you've stepped through a door, it's going to be it's going to get locked. So you can't go back the other way. So that opens. The finish room opens all the doors. Then the player is going to walk through a door, which triggers this, which locks the other doors, but not the current one. Ooh. How do I... If I lock the door when you step through... If I lock the door when you step through... I need to manage one way. Okay, I need to do something smarter on that. One-way barrier. Owned by a customer. Place on a trigger collider on the side of your wall. That the on trigger temporarily disable collision. Yeah, we need to. Okay, that sounds like the best solution. Essentially, we set it to ignore collision between player and collider. When it walks through, we re-enable that collision. I'm going to skip that for now because that will only apply to player. Let's move on. So, is locked equals true. So the door gets locked, and I'm going to put a to do. We need to then ignore collision from all players on the player barrier until they exit the grid. Yeah, okay. So we'll add that later. I'll come back to that. That should lock the door Until they exit. It occurs to me with that a player could, in theory, step into the blocked area and then exit into the same room. Need a separate object to check they have passed through fully, or a relational check, which we can't really do a relational check because yeah, I'll just put another I'll put another collider, like it's the outside of the room essentially. Need to spare it. Because we're going to get somebody who steps into it and then steps back, and then after that it re-enables collision, and then they're stuck in the room and can't leave, which will be hilarious, but we'll deal with that. Right, have I missed anything? We kill all the enemy. Right, I'm going to change the enemy spawner to turn the controller on. I need to actually kill enemies now. Enemies, not the enemy spawner. It's room spawner, a room template. Enemies to spawn. We'll do 2. And spawn interval just 1 second. Hit play. Go. Okay. Come on, enemies. Come get me. Right, so that there's no visualization for this, which is I probably need to update, but I should now be able to walk through. Okay, I can't. Fantastical. Let's update the visualization as well. So when we door.open, let's open the door again. I probably need to. Okay, we've got a problem here. I should have paid closer attention to the console. Because I changed it back to a game object, right? So I need to reconnect that. Layer barrier. And I'm going to do the door mesh. So let's do serialized field mesh renderer door mesh. Save that. On the door mesh renderer. Right, so when we open the door, now I'm only doing the mesh renderer, not the trigger collider that's attached to it, so that it visually disappears, but the actual trigger volume is still there. So we're going to do door mesh dot set. Hang on, is it enabled equal false? Because it's not a game object, it's a component, so it's not set active. So door mesh dot set active, no, dot enabled equals true. So we open the door, we lock the door. Is there any point we're going to close the door and not lock it? It's potentially possible. So I had the thing where there's the collider for the room. The room collider. Where are we? In the room. There's a collider. There's a collider set up in the room. And this one I did use signaling. Room geometry. Room start trigger. This one. So start trigger. Right. Did I use signaling? I think I did use signaling for this. Get component children start trigger. I'm only finding it. Did I not finish setting that up? No, the search was just being a pain. Okay, so we did use signaling. On start room, we want to do door list dot close. It isn't valid yet, but it will be in a second. So doors public void close. Door close is fine. And we're just going to do player barrier dot set active true. And here's where we're just going to have. We definitely need some smarter management of people getting in and out of doors, because this is single player mindset. Player barrier dot set active false. Or we could handle this just locally on each machine, rather than having it server. We make the signal to the signal that the round is finished on each machine on the server. And then that will be interesting. Now it'll look really janky because the first person to walk into a room will see the door shut, and then another player walks through the door. Okay, we just need smarter management, but we'll deal with that later. So player barrier dot set active and door mesh dot enabled equals true. So we close the door. Is open is false. Okay, so rooms. Oh, hang on. I'm trying to do for each door D in door list. D dot close rather than door list dot close. Okay. I think there is a short form you can do. You can do a single line version of like run this on every member, but I can't remember what it is. It's fine. Okay, so enemy room spawner does finish room. Finish room. Okay, I think we're good. Good. Try that. Hey. Cross fingers. Okay, host. Okay then. Right. We can't walk through the doors. Excellent. Beautiful. Okay. Beautiful. Fantastic. Gonna just admit that. Right, now we need to deal with the camera. So now this is partly why I made the camera top position. So I'm going to add arena camera to this. New script, create an ad. So, why does it sometimes the fine? I'll do it. Do it here. Right. So we'll do create mono behavior arena camera. Drag that onto the camera. I'm going to rename that to make this clear. Camera. Now this doesn't need to be network enabled. Let's open it up. Right. So vector, hang on, transform, target, form. We also want serialized field, float transition time equals 2.0f. Public void set new position. This wants a transform. Set new transform, because I don't want that to be ambiguous. New transform. Now, we shouldn't really be setting the scale, but this makes it easier. I can just pass it as one object. Although that means passing a lot more data, because the transform actually contains quite a lot of stuff. If I open it up, yeah, it contains, and all I really want is the position and rotation. Don't need local. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that. So, update. It's transform dot position equals lerp. Is it vector3? Let me double check the formatting. Into lerp position. Here's vector3.lerp. 8b t. Right. Vector 3 dot lerp. A n value is 1. Huh? Hang on. Create primitive, blah, blah, blah. Lerp, start position, end position, interpolation ratio. Oh, yeah, I remember this. So we're going to go from transform dot position to target transform dot position, and it's not transition time. That's wrong. Transform dot rotation equals quaternion dot lerp. Quaternion transform dot rotation target transform dot rotation. This is why I didn't pass it as vector 3 as well, because a rotation is not a vector 3. I'd have to then have a quaternion, and then I'll hate my life. I'm gonna transition time. It's not transition time. We're gonna extract method. Smooth transition, and we want float interpolation. We need number of frames. Okay, so we want float start time equals, I will leave that blank. Set new transform, and that does target transform equals new transform, and start time equals time.time. So then our interpolation ratio is actually it'll be float time. No, it'll be time dot time minus start time divided by transition time, I think. So this gives us how much time has elapsed, which is in the docs. It says it's using frames, but it's elapsed frames, divided by interpolation frame count, and it's using a fixed number of frames. And then it's literally incrementing the flame. Okay, but that's nonsense. Oh my god, I just scrolled down. It's basically showing me exactly the same. It's the example further down is basically what I just wrote. Not quite, but okay, so that should do. So we've got arena camera, set new target transform, and what we want to do is let me bring that back up. When we enter when we start a room, hang on, we've got the signal in. Start trigger, finish room, start room. Right, when the room start is triggered, when we start a room, we need to get our camera. going to bring up the prefab for the room. Camera top position. Tag. Hey, Raptor, how you doing? Colleagues want your attention. How dare they? How dare they? Now, I'm going to add a script for this as well. Room, camera, location. Now I'm doing this because at the moment I've only got one. Create an ad. Still going the wrong place. I'm going to do this manually. Scripts. Create room, camera, location. Need some free. Yeah, okay, fair. So this is going to be serialized field, transform array. Transformed what game object? Camera position. Azera, hello. It's going reasonable. We have lighting and shadows, and I can shoot enemies. I'm just setting up the room transition at the moment. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to make the camera actually move. Right. So public void get transform index. So we provide it with a transform for each. Transform t in canvas transforms if hang on I'm just gonna call this search transform because I don't want to call it transform because that overlaps with something. So if search transform equals t, then oh, hang on, can't I do this? Unity get array index of. I think arrays have something built into this, don't they? Array dot index of. Okay, even easier. System dot array dot index of the array and the object. That makes things so much easier. What are you up to today, Gazera? Give me a sec to finish writing this, and I'll show you the progress. So public. This needs to be int, not a void. And then return. What does it return if it's not there? Canvas transforms dot length is synchronized long length. I'm wondering if this might have been might be easier as a list. That'll do. Next, I did the docs page. I was just shouldn't ever contain 0. So we'll manage that later. Okay. We'll manage that later. So we'll also we also want public transform get transform at index. Get index by transform. Okay. Get transform at int I. So, and then we're just going to return we need to if the length is less than or equal to I, then we return camera transforms 0, because there always has to be 1. If camera transforms dot length is 0, debug.log error dollar name has no camera transforms specified. Please set one. And we also want to give the context this. Name on transform dot parent dot name has no camera transform. So I'm just because these are always a child object, so it'll make it a little bit more obvious where they are. Even though the context here will highlight it. So what we're saying is if they're non-specified, we create an error. If we're asking for one that is bigger than the array, we just return the default one, which is should be the top position. I'm not putting anything in to enforce that. But if there's one, it will work. Hang on. Less than. Hang on. If I is 5 and the length is 5, then it'd be element 4. So if it's less than or equal to I. Oh, it needs to be -1, right? Am I doing that? Doing that correct? If our length is 5, I is 5. That means we pass through. If our length is 4, I hate doing this. I always get these backwards, and it makes me repeatedly doubt myself. I'm going to test something if the autocomplete. If array too short, turn first element. Go on autocomplete. I believe in you. If I is less than camera transforms dot length -1, then we return camera transforms 0. I had got it backwards. I always doubt myself with these. I'm like, and now I'm thinking I is 4. I is 4. And length is 4. If 4 is less than 3, hang on. I'm doing it again. It's less than or equal to, right? So if the length is 4, so if I is 4 and the length is 4, I is not less than or equal to, which means it will return the last one. Okay, that's fine. That works. Hate these. I've been coding for so many years, and I always get this backwards. The amount of times I've had to redo these conditions. Right. Anyway, we're going to get the transform. So our room is going to look for a room camera location. So our room needs a cache reference to room camera location. Camera locations. So we're going to do camera locations equals get component in children room camera locations. Okay, that's fine. Close the search because it's annoying me now. Camera locations dot. So when we're in a room and we finish the room, when we start the room, right? So I need some sort of tracking of which room we're in, and I haven't done that yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do arena camera. Should I just instance this? Yeah. Public static arena camera instance awake. Oh, awake instance equals this. Should only be one of those on each client, and it's not a network behavior yet. Instance equals this. Okay. Arena camera dot instance. So we're also going to do, when we start, we're going to do arena camera dot instance dot. We want a question mark on that in case it's null. Did I not set something on that yet? Arena camera, set new transform. Set new transform. And we'll do transform new camera transform equals it is camera locations dot get transform at index 0. So we're just going to get the first one at the moment. We'll do to do add some smart transitions so we preserve relative transforms. So at the moment it's just going to always snap to the top. And what we want is if you're looking at a low angle, we'll preserve that. But we'll do that later. Set new transform, new camera transform. Done. So, as soon as we start the room, okay. I'm going to try that. Let's switch back over. Did I save everything? I did. It occurs to me as well, just for the doors, I could actually if I open a door, start with them open. Didn't I already set that? Let's find out. Collar's gone off. Come on, wakey wakey. They don't start open. Okay. I probably want them to start open. Okay. So what should happen is when I trigger a new area, the camera should and where am I? Ah, because the doors start locked. I didn't consider this. when I'm opening a door, I'm opening the one on my room, but the one on the room I'm going into is separate. So we need to start with them open. Room build. Okay, room template. Door mesh. Player barrier. Hang on, let me double check which one I was got. Do you know what? Let's not do it there. Because that's gonna like mess with the prefab. So do void awake. And we're going to public void open. Open. So their default state will be open. So rather than me trying to disable and enable objects, we conceptually just say open the door on load. Now, when we load in, we're going to trigger the room's activation, which closes the doors. And now I can't walk out of them. So enemies die. Now we get null reference. Right, so that's progress. So we could actually walk into the other room now. Oh, it looks like the enemies have spawned in the other room. No? Null reference. So in the room. Okay, so new camera locations. Locations. Did I? Maybe I didn't apply it back to the prefab. Let's have a look at room template. Camera position. Right, I didn't apply it back. Where did I actually put it? Camera positions. Did I not put it anywhere? Okay, that would explain things. Room template, camera position, room camera location, and then I need to actually configure the transforms. I'll set that one. Now let's try it. Right, we'll host. Oh, oh, that did a thing. Zoom back out. That did a thing. Okay, the transform needs moving because I moved the camera and I don't think I moved the transform. Where's the other enemy? I'm trapped. That's progress. That is progress. It's good. I think it's just occurred to me that how like a lot of games, like when you walk into the new area, they used to just teleport the player, like secondary players, like next to the like the first player. All this nonsense is why, right? This is why. Right, so arena camera. Its height is 22. So if I open the room template, go room top position. Yeah, it's down at 14 still. If I do that and hit play, and host game. Come on, enemies. Die. And die. 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 There we go. Couldn't shoot straight. Right, so if I walk... There we go. Now, I need an intermediary like corridor because I plan so I should go from room to corridor to where to the next room. This has not started. Okay. I'm missing. What am I missing? Player. These dudes are just chilling. Why are you just chilling, guy? You're spawned. Enemy clone machine. Why do we not have a target? Is it the room? Wait, somebody. Oh, he wants to. Wait. I don't have a nav mesh. Huh? There's a hole in that nav mesh. Why is there a hole in that nav mesh? There's no. Okay. Enemy nav mesh ground. When I recreated this, I'm just wondering. That's like he's. It's like the nav meshes. Walls, avoidance. I presume the other guy is kind of doing the same thing. Where's he gone? Where's the other guy gone? Um, so I wonder if the door being turned on and off has upset the nav mesh. Disable that. Not the door. Oh, I accidentally shot him. Okay. Next room. Same problem, right? These guys don't seem to want to aggro me. Have a look at the nav mesh. So we have a nav mesh. Have a look what we've got on the enemy. Uh, what is that? Wait. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. The agent and the mesh itself are have been separated. I move the wall. See how I've got this like cylinder? They weren't together. Still running. See, that works on the first one because we move them relative to 0, 0, 0. I think we move them relative to 0, 0, 0. Or at least they're close enough that it doesn't cause a problem anymore. See, this guy, he's not really tracking me anymore. Go here. I don't remember how I fixed that in the other project, but we'll come back to that. Come back to that. That's but the camera transition is working. Got a null reference there as well. In the network manager, or was that just when I killed play mode? Could be. Right. Let's do a bit clean up and then we can save. Save the room. What did I not save in the room? find out. Make sure it actually still transitions. Post. Right. What I'm going to do as well is I'm going to pause this. Well, let's let an enemy spawn. Right. If I select that enemy, have a look where is. Okay, his nav mesh agent and his capsule are at the same place. I think with the other one, I had to, when I moved them, I had to move the agent and the game object. Not sure though, I don't quite remember. Immediately, like that guy just walks in, gets immediately trashed. Okay, so the camera transition is working. I want to put some in between corridor room, but it's working. Okay, so we can save that. I'm gonna save bootstrap level as well. Let's make sure I've applied any overrides as well. Room. The network object ones we can ignore. Okay, that looks good. Pick up. I can delete. I'm going to rebake the nav mesh because I noticed. Where's the prefab? Prefab, room building, room template. I noticed there's a hole in the nav mesh. Let me rebake it here. Well, excellent. And then because it uses the same nav mesh, we are good. We need to sort of set something up to create nav mesh links later as well, but that will do for the moment. Right. Set up room transitioning. Okay, let's have a look. Right, we've got room transitions and triggers. We need to extend those, but that's fine. Camera controls I've not done. Now, do I want to... Let me stand up and stretch my legs while I think about this. Gameplay's fine from top down. And I know I'm only going to have half day tomorrow, so... Appointment. I think what I'm going to focus on, so we need a diegetic UI, and what the diegetic UI should, mostly a placeholder. The UI is give me a user interface that is integrated into the so it's basically like world space UI. So I need trying to think because I want it to look almost like an LCD display, but whether I want to actually do all of the setup of that now, or do I want to just get a placeholder, how much money and how many lives? I don't even have lives yet. Essentially, because what I'm thinking is my main focus here is the functionality. The point is, I should get a functional game, pass it over to the artist, and say make it pretty, right? Why I'm not too worried about how it looks, basic block out. I'm building the functionality. So I think I build the functionality into the panel. Because I need to be able to configure the UI to handle different numbers of players and what it does if there's nothing. Okay, I know how I'm going to do this. I know how I'm going to do this. And bear with me. I'm going to nip to the loo before we crack on with this. Be right back.
Well,
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well,
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well,
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well,
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well,
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god! Okay, right. I'm going to hide the game screen. I think I know how I'm going to do this. Don't need the game screen for the moment. Here's where we get some fun stuff. Just occurred to me that I've not actually looked at the new UI toolkit stuff yet. We'll deal with that later. So, I'm going to add a UI. And that's going to blow up. It has an event system, necessary, canvas, player, UI. I'm going to add to it scripts, create, running behavior script, player, UI. Use as a placeholder for now. All I'm going to add to it there's a serialized field. Which is not working because Visual Studio's great. Good job, Visual Studio. So serialized field. Oh, my camera's still miles out. Let's bring that down a bit. We're getting to the point in the summer here where I'm generally considering like if I need to become a swimming pool streamer. Take my laptop outside on a little float. Be like, this is fine. Definitely not too much of a risk to the laptop. Totally smart. Totally smart. Right, so that's a player index. Did I save that? I did. Right, so now the default for UI is screen space overlay. If I change to 2D mode and I focus on it, this panel is massive, look, massive. We don't want that. We want world space. Now it says a world space canvas with no specified event camera may not register UI events correctly. That is actually fine because we don't have UI events for this. UI events are things like if you click it, we're not going to. So I'm just going to not specify a camera. Sorting layer, add sorting layer, Y. I'm actually not sure which goes first. I think default gets drawn first. Oh, do we want reflection probes? Or additional shader channels? I'm not sure. That's art stuff. We'll deal with that later. Right, we need to change its size. We're going to go 0, 0, 2 by 2. We're going to focus in on it. We're going to come out of 2D mode. Right, so 2x2. Now that we're in world space, instead of it being pixels, it's meters. So that door is about 2 meters wide. Rotation 90. 5. Now we see the Z fighting. Ordering layer 1, 5, 10. No more Z fighting. Okay, so that's the panel. See? Doesn't really scale very well at this size. There's an image with rounded corner. Interesting. Why are we still getting Z fighting? Blocking mask. Everything. Of course, ordering layers for 2D stuff. Trying to think a better way of solving this other than just making it 0.001 higher. I think that'll do. I also want, I can reuse these. I could reuse these with with just a different material attached to them. The minute they've got their custom material, they've got black and emissive. I could reuse it and use that as like a TV background. I like that. So I'm going to do Control C, Control V, prefab, unpack completely. Arena monitor. Going to reset its transforms, rotate it by 180. We'll focus on that. Right. Right. Put in the right angle. 80. 0.5. I think it's 0 point. It's actually the. I can't remember. I actually can't remember how to edit pivots. But we'll 180, and we'll. Where do we need it? We'll make it 2 by. So 1 in the Y. And we'll make it 1 in Z. That looks about right. I'm going to make it 0.7. Six. Trying to get it exactly. Probably just do the side view. Wireframe. Ground mesh on the ground. I was pretty much spot on. Okay, map isometric. Okay, so this is probably pretty big, and its emission is quite frankly massive. Let's make it 1 by 5. That looks a bit more sensible. Okay, so now we're going to move the actual UI onto the arena. I'll put it at 0.001, so it's ever so slightly above. What we want to do with the arena monitor is probably change its emissive. It's got a default emissive. Let's go into materials, create folder, emissives, create material, emissive. So I'm going to create my own emission. Make the color white. Moment. Global illumination. These are going to be fixed and baked. Let's going to make real time. I want to make it real time. Let's make it real time for the moment because I don't want to have to faff with baking it. That's fine. I'll leave it on baked. It's not that big a deal. It's just a little bit of light off a monitor. And we go tools, tools, color creator, 12 colors. Now, just for comparison, if I put normal emissive there, that is nuts. Grey. That looks better. So black. I'm going to do emissive black. Suddenly we have a black background. Then for my canvas, I can actually just delete the panel because we have a black background. I'm going to want to put other things in it, but while I'm at it as well, I'm gonna save the prefab arena monitor, and I'm going to commit all those materials to GitHub. Add emissive materials. Add a UI layer. Add a UI layer, UI script. 2 files, arena monitor, prefab, arena monitor prefab. We'll leave that for the moment. I'm not going to commit that yet. Right, so I can delete the panel. I kind of would like to, and it's scaling a little. Not going to worry too much about that. So width to height is 1, right? Then the panel let's add UI text. Freaking massive. Stretched. Stretch. Right. So here's the problem when we get down to world space. We have to use really weird auto size. The max can be 1 and the minimum can be 0.01. right? So that makes sense. Okay, we have a text box that functions. The question is, what text do we need in here? Or what elements do we need here? We need the money readout. So have a look what this looks like. Yeah, that's definitely not big enough. Move it into the corner. And conceptually, these should be these don't have shouldn't affect the nav mesh, and they have no collision on. But just considering, is it modifier? That'll sort of guarantee that it gets removed when the nav mesh is baked, I think. Okay, best place to put this. Minus 8.5. 9. 9.5. That lines up quite nicely with the arena wall, I think. Minus 9. And that lines up. Okay, that's exactly what I was kind of going for. What I'm going to do when I duplicate these, when I do the player UI, set as the player index, 0 is player 1. Then we have one of these in each corner. If I guess I could duplicate it now. 2, 3, 4. So number 2 is we're going to flip minus both axes. This is the one I'm not too sure about. One I want the top right. That's it. So 1, 2, 3. Maybe I don't want that on both axes. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 9, negative 9.5. Right. So, and these will have a slight change in them. The player UI. I could maybe detect the player number, but in a monitor, I've not followed my numbering. It's going to annoy me now. I want to progress. I want to just actually get it working. 2, 3, right, and the rest of the changes apply all player index. Right, so if I just edit this one. Okay, so I'm gonna add a rect. We don't really need the panel. I can delete that, right? So just black background. I'm gonna add a UI. I just add an empty. That's all I need. Now the empty is gonna be fill your parent. Anchors, rotation, pivot, RG. want margin. So money row, I guess. Oh, hang on, in the wrong thing. Money row, text mesh pro. We've got we'll have duplicate, and we'll have label and value. Be a bit more explicit. Label text. Value text. So money row fills the. Let's do 1. Oh, that's massive. Row itself 0.1, and do the bottom. I'm just adding some padding for the moment. Left 0.1 and right 0. Doing this because I'm going to scale the objects inside to the parent. So we're going to label is going to be left edge, width, anchored to left edge. The other one is going to be right edge, full height. Right, what I also need width. Total width is 1.8. Interesting. Divided by 3. And 1.8 divided by 3 times 2. I love how you can do maths in. I really love how you do maths. Right, so label text. I'm going to center a line. Put a dollar symbol for the moment. I probably want. Do you know what? I'm British. Pound symbol. Right, and the value. You know, I think the game is about capitalism. I think America represents capitalism a little bit more than the British do. Right, label value, center, and we want auto size. I do 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Question is, how big do we want to allow this? Can't allow your can't allow the poor people to earn too much money. They wouldn't know what to do with it. Thinking I probably want to increase the size of these a little. Maybe. Also wishing that I'd separated the background mesh. Yeah, let's do that. Create empty. Monitor mesh. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy component. Component. Text component. And the nav mesh modifier we'll leave on the parent. Move, remove, and then we end up with the same thing. Okay, so identical. I think I might want to do is figure out the offset. That ends up at 0, 0 world, or at least a nice round number. So do 0.1, negative 0.1. I think it might actually be 0.1. Okay. Minus 0.1. Okay. So the elements in here get moved. But if I come out, now if I move this down to 0.5, is the height of the floor, it will sit quite nicely. And the same with this one and this one. Into more 5, they'll all sit quite nicely. Go back into it. I do think we need to increase the width a little. Oh, of course. I can remove scaling here now. So we'll do 1. This is going to take some cleanup. 0.5 and 1.5. Okay. Layer UI. 1.5 and 0.5. So the scaling should be 1 on the UI. This might help clean things up a little. So 3, right? And I think that works. Look at the label. Right, these don't actually fill. Money row 6. That uses top bottom width. That uses left right. Oh, hang on. Is that because this one's anchored to all 4 corners? This one isn't. This is anchored to the left edge. What I should do is make my anchors 0.3. Um, 0, 0, 0. And for the other one, we'll make the anchor. Oh, not 0.3. It's it is 0.3, right? Yeah. So same line. Then we just left 0. Clean those up. Okay. So if I resize this now, it all scales relatively nicely. Okay. So we've got the money row, auto size 0.1 and 18, and value text 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We wrap it. I mean, I think it's kind of funny. Kind of funny if it wraps. Wrap normal. Why are we not wrapping? Auto size not support wrapping. We're currently on 0.7. Let's undo that. Auto size doesn't support wrapping. Like auto size line negative values only compresses line height down to this value or reducing the font size. No. Paragraph. Got to be a way I can make it wrap. While I think that should be wrapping now, right? Oh, okay. So the auto. If I put spaces, okay, that's horrible. I'll have to do it in code. I'll have to do it in code because, like, realistically, I don't really need to go much beyond that. But I like the idea of just being able to go up to silly amounts where it just goes on forever. Games about capitalism. We've got to have unlimited growth. So for the moment, though, we've got. You can't be a billionaire if we limit it like that. You can't be a billionaire. We can't go above. Can't go to billions. How could the rich people cope with that? Why is that not applied to the other? Like that. That's interesting. Why have we not applied overrides? But there we go. Edit this one again for some reason. And we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3. That's our size. Minimum size, let's say, is 5. Okay. So 3 numbers. It's 0.7. So we'll do 0.7 as the biggest size. Make it actually a whole 1. This we tweak next later. Other than the fact that I have to tweak the position slightly, that is quite nice. I think this should do it. Minus 0.5. Game. Beautiful. Hey, yeah, thank you for the reminder. Hang on, nearly lost my drink then. Oh, that's ice cold. I cannot believe I put loads of ice in this and it's all already gone. It's all just gone. Should we put a little thing in the corner to indicate which player we are? I think maybe we should. I think I have an interesting way to achieve that. So let's open the prefab again. We're going to do UI Canvas, Text Mesh Pro. Player indicator. Stretch. Oh, here we go. Thank you, bud. Oh. That T since 11 and it's still one. Oh, definitely. It gets way too hot in here. Insulated mug. You got to be careful with that. If it gets below the temperature where like bacteria can start growing again, like you could just be like brewing poison. You don't want to be brewing poison. That's not good for you. It's occurred to me a couple of times because I have an insulated mug, and I went out to down to Derby Uni one day, my insulated mug, and I forgot to drink it, and I came out like 3 hours later, and I'm driving home, and just out of habit, because I take a coffee mug in with me in the car quite often, like pretty much every journey that I go from home, I make a coffee mug. I just out of habit, I drank a bit, and it was still warm, but not warm. And I sort of drank it like I was busy. I was busy driving. I didn't think much of it, and I got home later, and I was like, "How long has that been at that temperature where it's still drinkably warm, but really it's not hot enough to kill any bacteria anymore?" And ever since then, I was like, "Okay, if I forget the coffee, we don't drink the coffee. Couple hours maybe, because it's like I think the hot hold rule is like 2 hours, right? Like food on buffets has to be eaten within 2 hours. Like I've been out after like 4 hours and my coffee is still warm because I like the mug. I think it's gone downhill a bit with its age, but maybe that's just in my head. But it was very good at insulating. Right. So what I'm going to do with this one, I'm going to do left edge, anchor to and fit to left edge, width 1. Hang on. X 0.1. There we go. So we're going to fit it in a panel down here, and we're going to auto size max 1 in. Oh, hang on. We can't. Remember, we can't auto size this because I'm gonna make this wrap. Uh, gonna want 0.2. Put a dot. O. Dot. 0.4. 0.6. 0.8. Okay, line spacing needs to be much lower. -1. 1, 2, 3. Why is that? Point 1, 0. I'm trying to get this to wrap so that. What? Let's just rotate it in Y by 90. Axis. Z by 90. No. Trying to figure out how to do this. Didn't have a lid and it would have gone cold by that. True. 0.1. 1. Right. Pivot is when I'm applying rotations like this, it always confuses the hell out of me. What? And 0, 0. It wasn't 1. It was. Oh God. 0.5. 0, 0.3. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do this a different way. This is getting too much math. Text style. What I'm trying to do is get it to wrap so that I get dots very closely spaced on separate lines. But also I'm trying to get it so that it will align to the center. Seem like I'm going to do that. Reserve white space, a wrap, needs to wrap. Horizontal mapping, line. See that? That's center aligned. And if I align it to bottom, it moves up. Oh, there we go. There we go. So minus 80. Minus 85. Right, so if I do 1 dot, I get that. 2 dots, I get that. 3 dots, I get that. 4 dots, I get that. Now, if I look at that, blah, 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 right? So, now let's actually do a bit of the player UI script. Toggle back to that. So, serialize field text. Oh, this has changed. It is TMP TM Pro _UGUI, I think. Hang on. Using TM Pro. It's going to be score text. What is it? TM Pro text mesh Pro UGUI. I think that's it. I might be wrong. Find out in a sec. And the other one is going to be player indicator text. And what this is going to do is on start. On start, it's going to do player indicator text. I don't like the capitalization on that, so we'll do that. Dot text equals I don't remember how to. What's the easiest way to do this? I think it's dot. Can I multiply this times player index? It dot repeat. Let me have a quick look. Unity repeat text character n times. I don't want to just hard code this. And I don't want to do it with a loop. No, come on, there's got to be a better way to do that. I know there's a better way to do it. Right, indent.repeat 0. String dot repeat. String dot repeat. In C# you can repeat it. Ah, hang on, I found it. Please work. New string dot 5. It's part of the constructor, or one of the options as the constructor. So normally you leave it blank and you get a blank string. Something at my keyboard. There we go. So you get a blank string. That should work, I think. So what it's going to do is do. I don't want the 5. I want player index. And then we want score text dot text equals we're not fetching the player score yet, so we'll just do 0, 0, 0. We'll do 0, 0, 0, comma 0, 0, 0. Okay. Now let's just do 0, 0, 0. We'll fetch the player score in a little bit. Okay. Player score. That should. Let's just see what we get in place of the dots. Nothing. Null reference exception because I forgot to assign them. Fantastic. Value text. Player indicator. So my camera smoothing is going nuts. I think that's because target transform is null. So we need if target transform is null, return. So basically just hover where you are until we tell you to do something. I'm also going to do fine. I'm also going to do if interpolation ration. We're going to rename that because it's supposed to be ratio. Is greater than or equal to 1. We're going to set target transform to null so that we don't keep updating it every frame. Okay. Now let's see what we get when we start up. No errors. No values. And no player pips. Let's pause that. Let's see what we've actually got. Arena monitor player indicator. Its value is nothing. I'm going to double check and confirm that this is the issue. I think it is. I don't want to for loop it. Wait. Okay. Right. I'm going to have one last glance at the docs. These are horrible. You know, in Unity, what is the simplest way to make a string repeat n times? For example, n equals 1, n equals 4. Make a character repeat n times. Apply it to string. Right, I'm going to carry on looking at the docs. What else have we got? How to repeat a string in C#. That's insanely. All of the ways I am finding look ridiculously. I mean, I could just loop, but I'm trying to, like, surely there must be a better way. I'm sure I've seen a better way. I just can't remember what it is. This way, let's undo that. Back to what it was. This way doesn't work. For some unknown reason. Well, that's interesting because I think that should work, but it's not doing. AliExpress is off its rocker. Getting emails saying it's at the consolidation warehouse. No, it's in my. I do find it amusing the times I get a a message from a delivery company saying that your thing has been dispatched, but it's not. Like, it's literally here. I find that very funny. Okay. All of the forum responses are saying either use a ridiculously convoluted method or use the one I already tried. Let's try that. Oh, I think something just clicked in my head. Wait. Player UI index 0. Didn't I apply the changes back? And I. Alright, I got an idea. I got a better idea. Static int count equals 0. Right? I'm going to do count plus plus. And then we're going to do new string count. Now, this is actually going to make them move, I think. But they're not going to be in the position they should be in. Be interesting to see which order they come in. Essentially, I was forgetting to increment by 1, and because I'd set all the player indexes accidentally back to 0, it's repeat the character 0 times. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That works. And I don't actually need to do a player index. Oh, I can remove the player index and not have to worry about faffing with it. Because I can do this, is we can do player index equals 0. Player index equals count. So the first time it will be 0, this, because we're capturing it before we increment it. Now we don't have to specify it, and it's automatically handled. It's complaining that I'm not using it for anything, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Right. The next thing, I need the player characters player. Now, this has a public static list for players. Now, I could I should add some signaling. Because I don't want to check this every frame. So I'm going to add public event action int on score changed. I'm going to bring up my character controller for reference because I've done that in there. Double check the formatting. I need system. Using system. Are we actually not using character controller in here anymore? No, I'm going to remove that. Clean that up. On score changed. Right. Hash score. So on network spawn, hash score equals on network despawn on trigger enter. Hash score equals right. So we're adding score here. So we get on score changed dot invoke hash score. Okay. So in our player UI, don't like that this isn't in a method. So void setup track player UI count. Hang on. Set player index. Set player index. And then the next thing is extract method. Set initial readouts. So now we want stay consistent. Void set. No, we want on enable. Hang on. How do I want to do this? All players. So player.allplayers. Player dot player selected player equals player dot all players. God damn it. Dot all players. Player index. Probably make that initial setup on awake as well. Oh. The player doesn't actually start to exist. UI exists before the player. So Um, if I do this, this won't work because there's no player in existence to actually subscribe to. I'm just trying to think if I want to do. How I want to sort of trigger the update. So I need to wait until a player's spawned. All is active equals false. Public static void new player spawned. Now we're going to have 4-player UIs already. So let's static list not an NUnit framework. It's system.collections.generic list. There we go. It worked it out. A couple of attempts. Player UI. Player UIs equals new. The autocomplete has still not worked out, but we have new formatting now. Right. So internal. Is it internal? No, it's not internal. I kind of need this to be almost public. So all is active equals. Come on, autocomplete. You can do it. Come on, give me a get and set. What do you mean text generate? Get. Oh, is it because there's no brackets? Oh, yeah, there's no brackets. Set is active equals value. Okay. That's the crudest of wrappers. So we're doing public static new player spawned. Because I'm gonna iterate through this list, but I need to sort it first by player index. Unity sort list by guild. That's ridiculous. That's horrific. Okay, we'll come back to that. I don't actually care which one they get tagged in at the moment. We'll come back to that. Okay, so when we get a new player spawned, for each it's not player, just player UIs. I'm going to shorthand that. If p dot is active, continue. So if it's not active, we're going to do p dot is active equals false equals true. And then we're going to do p dot, so public void initialize so we're gonna redo the start things. So we're gonna call p dot initialize. New player spawned. Public static void new player spawn, and then in on player on network spawn, we're going to do player UI dot new player spawned. Simple signaling, not proper signaling, but it's signaling. So when a new player spawns, we tell this find the next player, and initialize it. So we don't want to set the player index here because we can't yet. So when we set the initial readouts for the first time, they're all just going to read 0, 0, 0 and no dots. Then when we have a new player, we're going to skip the ones that already exist and then initialize the new one. Okay, let's see if that works. What it should be is when I spawn, we have no dots anywhere because that's on start. Right, we get nothing. Now if I host, one of them should light up with a dot. Damn it. What'd I miss? Player UI dot new player spawned. All right, let's attach and let's see what happened. Don't think I forgot to save anything. Oh, I know. Yeah, I did get an error. I didn't see it in the log. Okay. So the bit I was doing in on initialize, I need to move player selected player to in initialize. Oh, and I still haven't set the signal. selected player. Selected player dot on score changed. Is that not public? Public event action on score changed. Why are we unhappy? Plus equals update score. So void update score. Now what this is going to do, I need to provide it the integer. Hang on. Cannot explicitly so it's n. I can't remember the formatting now. Hang on. Character controller on state changed, on zoom changed, F on zoom check. Where is this called from? Higher solution. Well, that's obvious. The one I've just been looking at. M canvas to on zoom changed. Handles. Right, I don't need to put it in this line. I do need to put it in the method. What is that? Plastic SCM. Play you right. Okay. So update score, int, new score. And I don't need the brackets there. Right. So update score, we're going to do basically the same as we did before. Is that equals new score dot to string. I need to add formatting. So how do I do that? Unity string format. Output equals that's a terrible solution. Standard numeric string formats. Decimal. Exponential. Fixed point. Unity. To number with commas. This is something I've done before, but I do not remember the formatting for format specifiers. Text format, no, not that one. Look, getting closer. I'm getting closer. That's an ancient form of Unity jargon there. That is ancient. Value dot to n. Oh, okay. New score dot to string n0. That feels so wrong. basically what we're doing here is that we've set up a signal. I'm going to do on disable. I'm going to do this as well. So if selected layer if selected player, do that. Doesn't exist in the current context. Oh, because I didn't save it globally. Hang on. Cast reference, selected player. There we go. And we minus equal. So we make sure when we're disabling the object, we remove the event. I think that'll be it. Cross fingers. I think that will be it. Come on, please work. Please work. No dots. No dots at first. Then when we load in a player, one of them should adopt dots. Damn it. Right. Let's attach again and we'll see how far we get. So we should get nothing here. And then when it hit, it should trigger new player spawned. It does. Where? Oh, I forgot to add. Okay, I know what it is. So it loops through the list of all player UIs. But I never added the objects to the list in the first place. So the list is just always empty. Okay, one more time. Please work. Please work, game. Okay, no dots. Okay, we have dots. Beautiful. Let's go to another room. Oh, now we have the navigation problem again. But we have dots. Okay, I'm going to up the number of enemies so I can guarantee getting some score. So I can actually test that it's outputting. Projectiles, room, the room template, enemies. Host game. Okay. Some money. Oh, it works. Works. I can get score. I mean, there's some polishing to do, but I can get score. You got fantastic timing, bro. Fantastic timing. I got things working. Watch this. I need to fix something with the nav mesh, but I'm going to show you a run from scratch. Fantastic time. Hang on, I need to hydrate. I'm happy now. I'm also going to stand up because I could do with having a stretch, and I'm using controller. So, right. Watch the dots on the readouts. So when we enter play mode, no dots, nothing. Now, when I host a game, we have a dot appear. Wait, somehow one of them has persisted through restart. Oh, that's not fun. That's gonna be a problem. Deal with that later. But when I pick up some money. We now got money. And now the pathing doesn't work in the other rooms. But watch this. Watch this transition. Oh, I need to apply the I need to apply the displays to every room. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. And then we can fix the nav problem. Arena right, they're not even part of the room. I'm going to run that again because the first time the dots came up correct, and I'm wondering if something's just not being cleaned up properly during restart. And I'm ending up with an extra one. No, but I'm somehow ending up with a second dot. Do I have another player somewhere? I don't. I wonder if it's the player that flashes in. I'm gonna add an awake. Oh. Because there's no awake in this. I just want to see if debug.log dollar player name is our wake. I want to see how many times this triggers. Because this should only be triggered once by the player. I'm also going to copy that and do is network spawned. Because this is the only place that initializes the dots. So, or at least calls the method that initializes the dots. Wait, that's not true. We skip a player, but we initialize them all. Now, let me think through this. If it's active, skip it. If it's not active, we're initializing. Wait. initial readout, set the initial readout. That's based on the count. Set player index. It's only called from initialize. That loops the UI, so that should always loop 4 times. I'm going to tap. I'm going to attach, and we're going to step through in detail. I want to see how many times, because the fact that it's not putting the other dots on suggests it's only running twice. Oh, I didn't attach it. Let me tab back to the other monitor. Okay, host game. So I've got 4 player UIs. So the first one is active is false. So we set it to active. Then we run the initialize, which sets our player count is currently 0. Now we set the player index to 1. So the player index to 0. And then we set the count to 1. Then we set the initial readout. I could add a filter here to if it's active. If it's not active, we just put the default 0, 0. I don't need to do this. We'll step out. Don't need to do this. We'll step out. So we set the initial readout. Selected player equals all players. Got player index 0. And then we'll assign to its signal for on score changed. That's initialized done. Next one is active. Okay, so this I expect. Okay, so this is where I thought I've got an error. Hang on. I've got an error, but the error should activate all of them if it was doing what I thought it's doing. And it's not doing. Right, so it's immediately setting all of them to active. I think maybe I'm going to hit play. How did that not loop? Argument out of range exception? Right, okay. I'm going to break there. What that should do is it should only do the first player that's not active. Try that now. We should only get 1 dot this time. Maybe I just didn't notice the 2 dots the first time round. So it's continuing through them all. And because it's then trying to do like player 2, player 3, player 4, when all players is less than that, it's nope, no thanks. I need to add a protection clause there. But let's hope this works. Yes, we only get 1. Is the intended behavior at this point. Oh, wrong button. Able to fire. I think I've pressed one of the alternative fire buttons. Character 73. Nothing to do with me. That's network script. Controller dot it's just, I think that's just clean. So let's put the protection in for the player UI. So what we're going to do is if player index is greater than or equal to player.allplayers.length, why are we dot count? Why does arrays have to have length? I am making decent headway, Stephen. I am. I've got a navigation issue to do, and I've got some network sync stuff to put in, which I found the solution for already, and it's essentially playable multiplayer. I hope. Some jankiness and some lack of polish, but like feasible. Return. Right, so what we're going to do here is say, look, if we're trying to do a player that is higher than that's a player higher than one that exists, just do nothing. What do you think to my diegetic UI? Right, room template 0, 0, 0. Hi. Beautiful. That's applied it to all of them. And delete template. Diegetic, yeah. So a diegetic UI means the user interface is part of the fantasy of the game world, rather than being a readout on the screen. The only screen readout I'm going to apply, the only screen readout I'm going to put on this game is when you've finished a room, and when you finished a room, I'm going to put a mini-map pop up that shows you the upcoming map, so you can choose which way you want to walk. Other than that, all the UI is completely integrated. So, for example, at the moment, each player has a readout for how much money they've earned. Right. Where did I put the prefabs arena monitor? Yeah, and this is like, it's not on screen, it's part of the world. Yeah, I mean, they did this in Smash TV, right? And it's like kind of part of the reason I'm doing it is to pay homage to it. Oh, I tweaked the angle a little bit of the walls, and so the camera's now a little bit pulled back, but a little bit little bit lower field of view, so that it's not quite as distorted. Let me show you this as well. Let me hit play. Watch carefully. This doesn't have a proper model. It's a placeholder primitive, and I've not set up all its behavior yet. But you'll notice the lighting here are, essentially spotlights. Can you see this little guy moving around? He is currently orbiting the center of the arena. But what he's meant to do, when I've actually finished him, I'm not going to implement this until way down the line because it's not really a critical feature. He's just there to have. He's there to show you, and you can see the shadow in the arena as he comes round, right? It's sort of, so you have this awareness of there are camera drones that are moving around the arena, and you can feel them moving around. When I've finished it, what I'm going to do is, at the minute he focuses on the center of the arena, I'm going to make him focus on the player and focus one camera per player, and then I'm going to make them bob up and down on a sine wave, then float in and out a little bit on a sine wave, so they look like they're sort of a hovering, like a bouncing, like a hovering camera, just floating around. I'm going to attach a camera to them and record the output of the camera, so that when you die, you get a instant replay from what is the audience's perspective of how you died. So I mean, that's the intention. Like, so you get a little thing pop up saying like, this is how you die. But if you're in multiplayer, it's got to be a bit subtle. But if you look, like, it gives me this nice, like, directional shadow, but they move because it's a camera drone and it's throwing. I lost the ability to shoot. I might have lost the ability to shoot. Let me undo the things I put in awake. The extra debug.logs I put in. I'll be a little sad if I've lost the ability to shoot, because I haven't touched the shoot controls. Like, what's going on? On score changed. Arena. No, I haven't changed anything to do with shooting. I have. It was something that Visual Studio told me I didn't need, and I believed it. Character player. I was thinking of that. So you notice, like, so as you go through from room to room, I've left a gap between them, and I was thinking of putting like some display monitors on there and play some of the clips from the room you've just been through, like, on those monitors. I'm not sure how difficult it would be to do it like continuous live stream, because that means having multiple cameras and multiple video feeds. Like that could be quite heavy. I'll experiment with that, but we'll see. But take a look at this transition. At the moment, what happens is where there is a camera placement transform in the world. There's one above every room, right? So when you migrate from one room to the next room, it tells the camera, okay, move to this one, and there's a delay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one on the corridor in between as well. So as soon as you step out, it will move the camera focus to there, or it will move the camera focus maybe just over the first wall, something like that. Rather than it just at the moment, it's just going in one long swoosh because I just haven't put the rooms in between yet. Right, I can shoot. I don't know what. Okay, so it was Visual Studio told me to remove something. I could remove something, and it was talking on. I'm really not a fan of the update of Visual Studio. Right, so you notice all the doors disappear? And they shut behind me as I go in the room? It occurs to me as well, you know, I could integrate the replay system with social media, like with a social media button. So if you're a player and you get some really cool either victory or really cool deaths, you could like hit a share button and share them on social media. How are you going to handle the seams between rooms? I'm going to put some. I haven't right, so I haven't totally decided this yet. Conceptually, I'm going to put like a corridor in between. Um, so with a so how do I put this? Yeah, I'm going to put conceptually have a corridor that goes from one room to the other, but that conceptually could be. I'm not really sure yet, because the first environment I want to be this sort of studio back rooms, but as you move from level to level, we can sort of twist that a little bit. Because you're sort of moving out of the studio or moving into like more purpose built environments. So we could start with one that's just like a TV studio hallway with TVs in between, and then move to one that's just a bridge over a river or a pit of lava. So conceptually, it has to be a corridor, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. This is just, and I'm making these like nice square shapes at the moment to just because it's easy to work with. But as long as you kept within sort of this boundary, and you make sort of a door on either side, you could make the room any shape you like. Like I'm not even sure. It doesn't even necessarily need 4 doors. Like it needs an entrance door and at least one exit door, because the plan is it'll lock the door behind you. I am thinking of proc genning this, but I'm not sure if I want to just spin up a simple tool to do this the way it needs to work, or extend my existing proc gen tool so it's more flexible. I haven't decided that yet. Right, I'm going to add health. I'm going to overrun a bit today because I'm excited. I'm like enjoying this. Let's commit to GitHub. So in game UI setup, push. Right. So the next thing is I've got player health. I don't necessarily intend it to be grid based. I don't necessarily intend it to be grid-based. G-Noob, rating the party of 10. Thank you very much. Welcome. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? What a name, G-Noob. I love it. I love it. How are you all doing? You got a good time. I've just been celebrating something actually working, rather than me banging my head on something not working that's really simple fix, and I've just been missing it for an hour. Bit tired. You've been streaming for a long while. Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I wish I could have like a log of how much time during this week I've spent banging my head on a wall against something that is incredibly simple, and I was just missing something obvious. Recovering from a little sickness. Oh, that's. Hope you're okay, bud. I am live for almost 8 hours, so I'm doing this thing where I'm doing a thing where I build. I'm trying to get as far as I can in building an entire game in 2 weeks. But I'm trying to do it like the sensible work week sort of thing. So I'm working 9 to 5. I have a couple of bits out because of like doctor's appointments and stuff. But I'm trying to keep it to like the normal work week and get as far as I can. And I'm at the point where I've got enemies. I can shoot and kill them. I can transition from room to room. Hello, Sneaky Donkey. Welcome. How long till I get some art assets in there? So 2 weeks, you expect a AAA game? Of course, a AAA game. Do I make my own engine? No, I'm using Unity. I'm using Unity. I have made my own engine before. 3D. I have. I mean, let me swap screens so you can see this. I mean, at the minute, I'm still building the base functionality. I'll come back to your comment in a second, Stephen. Don't worry. I'm doing it in 3D. It's kind of like loosely inspired by an old classic Super Smash TV. So let me hit play. I'll show you. It's network set up, although I haven't got all the network communication working yet. But essentially, if I sent a build out, you could like run around. What's missing is the enemies only spawn on the host at the moment. They don't network spawn, and the projectiles don't network spawn. It came back. Irish Paradox, welcome. That always always a shock when you come back and you're like, wait, where am I? Like falling asleep in the car. So I've got a really simple multiplayer MVP set up, and this is a little bit janky, but it works. Like it's just there to get things working. You see this little camera drone flying around because the premise of the game is that you're in like a TV studio being made to play a death game. So I hit host and I get a little player, and then I get some enemies come out and swarm me. The base enemies are going to be melee only, but I'm going to give some of the ones as they go along guns, and I can shoot. I'm sort of Xbox controller. Oh, I stopped looking. And we got some pickups that drop, and if you and I can sort of collect money, which is. Oh, I've just realised something. My attempt to be smart with the player index has broken the player indexing. I'm going to have to change it back to actually indexed. But we'll get to that in a minute. Multiplayer is okay. So part of the reason I wanted to make it multiplayer is that multiplayer is not as much of a headache as you would expect. But it is it's not as much of a headache as you would expect, but it is a bit of a headache because you can't use the same code to instantiate an object. So, for example, when I fire a projectile, the code that creates that projectile in the world doesn't work when it's on network. So it'll appear in my game, but not the other. So that creates some extra steps, but it's not as complicated as a lot of people would think. There are some. I think part of the way it suffers is because multiplayer, because it's seen as complicated. The guides you see tend to be written with a more of an assumption of like higher level knowledge. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. It doesn't have to be difficult anymore. It's part of the reason I wanted to do this the way I'm doing it is because I wanted to play with some of the newer multiplayer tools that Unity have released over the last year or so, and that have started to get better documented. And I wanted to play with like, okay, well, how simple can I make it? So it's not just can I make it work, because I could go and get one of the big multiplayer libraries like Photon Fusion, and I can make that work. I've done like multiplayer with that before. It's not just about can I make it work. It's can I like simplify the workflow. And doing that in the middle of a week where I'm like rushing to build the entire game over 2 weeks is probably not the best idea. But I'm like, but here we are. Right, I need to fix the one bug at a time. One bug at a time. Right. I need to fix the bug. So what I've just noticed is the score is not updating. The score is not updating because the scoreboards auto increment based on how many there are in the world, and I just cloned them across the whole world, rather than considering just the ones that are in a room. So now we need to sort of be smart and do just the ones that are in a room. So let's pull up. I am past the time I was playing to end today, so I'm going to try and just knock this out pretty quick. And because I'm very close to having the full playable level, the enemies, like there's a pathing issue with the enemies because their nav mesh agent is not aligning with their body. Anyway, okay, so arena monitor. So at the moment, I'm just assuming that there's only 4 UIs in the game, which is not true. There's like 4 per room. So what I need to do with me is that since I'm more of a low-level systems program, I tend to do things assemble that. So my way of thinking might be wrong with these kinds of things. My example is once a game in Unity for events, I basically created a message bus protocol to send messages to subscriber lists and reply with callbacks. Might not be the best way for me, but for me it was the easiest mental model. One of the things I struggle with, because I've been a programmer for like 20 plus years, not a games programmer. One of the things I struggle with is not overcomplicating it. And I've ran into it in this because I have a custom character controller I've built that does like more than the integrated one. It's not 100% finished. And I keep running into this as I drop that in thinking, oh, I'll use that first. But see in a bit, Deben. See in a bit. Oh, and next week I'll be doing the art assets, by the way. Next Monday. Maybe. What I kept running into is because I'd set up this complex like signaling layer, which is fantastic for performance. It was not like it'd been a while since I like opened the project, and when I came to look through it, it took me longer to figure out what I needed to change for this project than to just write what I need for this project from scratch. Because what I need for this project is incredibly simple, and like I've done that. I've used the one that's overcomplicated on purpose because I'm use case testing it because it's a modular character controller, and I want drop-in modules for here's the simple version, here's the medium, here's the really advanced one that does everything. So this has got sort of it gives me chance to play with it and figure out refinements I need to make later. I mean, I made a 2D game that uses exactly the same controller inputs, and I did the entire player controller in 10 minutes. Like I did that live on camera. I did that in the middle of a game dev lecture, and I just wrote the whole thing in 10 minutes. So when I say like I overcomplicate and then I spent like 2 hours integrated it into the custom character controller because it didn't do everything I needed to do now. It's been interesting. Like I think one of the problems we have though is like when you've been programming for a long time, people, I think we get in the habit of doing complex solutions when there is a much simpler and more elegant and more efficient solution. Modern programming, I just stream all the player actions to an AI. Oh my god, no! Who's dead now? I mean, NVIDIA would appreciate that. Right? They used it in multiple projects and makes things so much easier. So you follow the model view controller pattern module with any object to any message. It sounds like it's not too different to the signaling system I've been using this, which is way overkill for most games. The difference is when I plugged it in and stress tested it, I dropped in like 2,000 characters to run around, and 80% of like and it didn't noticeably affect the frame rate, and even then 80% of the 80% of the performance was eaten up with updating the animator. And most of those enemies are too far away or off screen, so I could either disable or tweak the animator. So that like it massively reduces the amount of overhead there as well. I hadn't even like split it into being multi-threaded either, and I'm planning to. So the sort of, I mean, that was part of the point of why I built it. I was trying to build something that was like had some more advanced features and had some more like refined performance options. But the problem with that is just like it naturally is more complicated, and I'm trying to sort of figure out, can I simplify some bits of it? For example, it's got an animator module, a movement module, like it's got a selection of them, and like, okay, well, can I take the movement module out and have like 3 movement modules? So I've got a beginner one, an intermediate, and advanced. So I've got a really simple, trivial one that does basically what I would do in this. I don't necessarily need as much complexity I've got now. So if you're somebody who's like building a game like this and you do need to make a bit of a tweak, instead of it being 600 lines, it's 200. You have to iterate through the scroller to send the message, which, okay, may be fixed by changing to a pull over push style. Iterate through the subscriber list to send the message. Interesting. What are you build? What are you build? What are you actually building? Anyway, let me get these UIs fixed. I'm trying to think. At the moment, our problem is we iterate through all the UIs when we spawn. And we don't need all UIs. We just need the ones in the room. Okay, so I need to iterate through all rooms, and I don't necessarily. Okay, I don't want to have to search for the rooms every time because that's really heavyweight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do public static room. I'm going to make this a list of room, all rooms. Okay. And I'm going to, on awake, do I do it on awake with this? I think so. Awake. All rooms. Ooh, let's not forget to new all rooms dot add this. Now I may have to tweak the execution order a little here because the player UI. It definitely needs to fire after room. So let's edit the execution there. Script execute. Oh. Clicked one by accident. Player UI. So I'm going to make sure. Don't want it to be necessarily last, but just after default. Way to send events in my game. So map of class callback list. One can subscribe to a message class, and then when someone sends a message, finds the list, then proceeds to execute every single callback in the callback list. Way to optimize is just set a flag, let the subscriber check them every update tick. Every update tick makes it so it's great. Okay, interesting. Are you aware that Unity has its own like event subscription system? Right, I'm going to apply that. So I want to guarantee that I want to guarantee that the room operates first. So all rooms to add, that's fine. So we'll get a list of all the rooms, and then in player UI, room. Best way to do this. I'm trying to sort of front load any of the searches and calculations. Could never bother with that. It has, but someone like me who needs to be in control of everything, it's best to write my. I've done the same thing. I've done the same thing before. I know that feeling very well. I know that feeling very well. Player UI, list, new, public list, player UI, player UI list. What do you think, by the way? Have you tried the Visual Studio 2026 yet? Because I held off until like I started this project, and it is driving me crazy. IntelliSense keeps stopping working just in the middle of stuff, and like 5 minutes later it'll start again. Like it keeps auto completing to stuff that's utter nonsense. I'm not even sure what's new in 2026. I took this as I'd ignored it because I was comfortable with the previous one and I've been too busy to play with it. I was like, okay, well, part of this 2 weeks is about experimenting. So I was like, I'll try the new one, and all week I'm just like, please, for the love of God, just do the simple things you're supposed to do. It's really getting on my nerves. Right. So player UI. When a player UI is awake, it's going to do get component in parent room. And it's going to do dot player UI list dot add this. Right. So when it gets created, it's going to add itself to a list. Because that happens at initialization time, we can hide that in the loading screen or whatever, rather than me having to search for it at runtime So let's also save a reference to room, parent room. I'm going to do parent room equals get component in. We're gonna change this. Do that. So just to save it, rather than we are gonna refer to it again. Parent room there, right? So we've got parent room, and then instead of iterating just all the player UIs, I'm going to do for each player UI key in room, parent room. Did I not call it parent room? I did call it parent room. In parent room dot all player UI list. Object reference is required to be a non-static field, method or prop. I agree with you. I generally hate everything Microsoft creates. Anyway, Inu, appreciate you stopping in. Nice to see you. You have a good day too, bud. I've tried other things. I was actually quite happy with Visual Studio 2022, and I'm genuinely like the only thing that bothered me about it was it constantly like they keep trying to like install like GitHub Copilot in it like every update. Um, Other than that, I'm quite happy with it. I am genuinely just been like I think it's great. An object reference is required for the non-static player UI. Oh, hang on. Parent room. We are setting it. So let's list player UI local UIs equals parent Oh, of course. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot this was a static method. I'm like, why is it complaining like that? It's not a. But this is a static method. Okay. Um. Right. Room. Public static. All rooms. For each. Okay. I'm gonna. I should. For each. Room are in room dot all rooms. Room dot for each room. Hang on. Player UI key in r dot player UI list. There we go. And now we're gonna just do that. essentially, when any new player spawns, check all the rooms, look for the UI. Now, instead of it just being every UI and index independently, it's just the ones in the room. Now, the next problem is we're still initializing and incrementing the count. So, I'm going to do int I 0, I plus. So I've been reading a lot of Linux kernel code recently. I'm actually curious to read the old Windows. Asked, do any of the Microsoft know how to write readable code? I know this, right? I know this. Like, I hate the fact that almost every code like I look at that's done by big companies is horrific to read. It's like, you guys are job security through obscurity. Make it so nobody else can read your code, and we're good. It frustrates me seeing like what's considered like the industry veterans write code that is harder to read than some like first year degree students. Like, some industry veterans are there because they're legends in their field, and they've been writing the best code in the industry for decades. Others are there because they were there when there were jobs to fill and there was no competition for it. That frustrates me. I don't need to reset this because I'm reinitializing it inside the loop. I love it. I think it's quite rare when you see open source projects that are very well written. Microsoft is absolutely blown. Do you remember? Like, I remember there's a story a few like years ago of a dev who stripped out all the junk in Windows, and this was back on a rotational, like old style rotational hard drive. I think it was Windows 7, and he stripped out all the junk, and it booted in less than 4 seconds. Like, this is what you can get if like it's booting. Like, this is what you could have. I'm like, great, great. Can I have it, please? Right. Hang on. We want to increment I afterwards. No, we don't. We'll just do I -1. Yeah, exactly. We're talking Windows 7. That's not going to work either. I can't just pass the number. I think I need to rethink how I calculate these from scratch, because at the minute they initialize based on a count of all of the ones that exist, and now I could do something really lazy and just reset the count to 0 when we hit 4, because they're iterated in order. Feels so bad. I can't be sitting here complaining about coding and being like, "Oh, I'm just gonna delete it." Just delete it. Set player index. Right, so initialize does need an index, right? It needs an index. So int I. Set player index needs int I. I. And instead of count, we will set to I. We don't need to keep track of how many we've got anymore, so I'm going to get rid of count. Set initial readouts is int I equals 0. If we don't specify it, fine. So I I really liked Windows 7, but it's like it makes me a little sad knowing how much better it could be. That reminds me. Let's open Task Manager. Currently using 23 gigabytes of memory, and what always frustrates me about Windows, it will use that. If I load the computer and just sit here, it will load. It'll still load 23 gigabytes of memory. It doesn't matter that I'm streaming. It doesn't matter that I've got Unity open. It'll still use more than 20 gigabytes of memory. Always. Months since you've done anything in any language rather than C, C++. I've done some Unreal not too long ago. I tend to prefer Unity for many of the same reasons that I dislike some Microsoft products and how terribly unoptimized they are. But I have done a bit of C. Like I think the most fun bit of C I did is some coding for Arduino. Like that's a lot of fun. So I will do int I and then I plus plus. Then initialize. I want to initialize the first one is I minus 1. I'm doing that because hang on. Why are we not happy? The unassigned local variable. I plus plus. Are you kidding me? You want to force me to pre-initialize an integer? In my dev environment in Linux on a virtual machine, my Linux is consuming. It's a long time since I've tried out Linux again. I used to like occasionally dip in, like, okay, can I convert my everyday PC into Linux? And it's quite a few years since I've tried again. And what I was running into at the time, I think it's got to be probably like 10 years now. Maybe it's about time I tried again. But all the common stuff, because I would use like OpenOffice, like all the web browsers, all of the common stuff like that, they just work on everything, and they're the same on everything, and they have been for years, right? So if I sat, I don't know, my dad, who like in front of Linux and put all the same apps on, he'd probably figure it out, right? Because they're all the same. But I was using some stuff where I was using the Office API, where I had a piece of data capture software that was running data capture in a factory, and it would produce reports and then output those directly to different Office forms. And I was using some of the Office API at the time because I don't even remember why, to output directly to Office file formats. And that didn't work on Linux. So I kept having to like jump back and forth. I mean, nowadays, like what I should have just done is just use system agnostic formats that Office can read. But it is what it is. Right. So we're incrementing every time. We don't need to count anymore. Go away. So we're going to get 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. My problem with that is there's no sort order, and I'm concerned they're going to be in an inconsistent order, but we will cross that bridge next. Working is good enough. I like that the Linux situation for games is getting better. Like it's come on in leaps and bounds in the last few years. Like I think particularly with things like Steam, like having the Steam Deck and that's Linux. Like Linux support is improving. Right, I'm gonna hit host and cross fingers we get a dot. No, damn it. Okay, let's pause that. Let's see where we got, if we got a dot anywhere. Anti-cheats. Companies don't want to put anti-cheats. A load of nonsense. That's what they tell you. Really, they want to still be able to track you. They can sod off. That's not happening. I mean, I don't use any game. Like I don't, and I will not use a game that needs kernel level anti-cheat. It's not happening. Right, let's attach and let's see what we get because that didn't work. Object reference. That just on exit. Yes, that's just on exit. That's the logger. So this shouldn't trigger until it's new player spawned. Then we should have a list of 6 rooms. Right. Host. Now this should stop and we should have a list of 6 rooms in all rooms. All rooms count as 6. Right, that's correct. And then we should have 4 UIs. Okay, that works. I++ is active. No, is active. Set it active. And we initialize set player index. Player index equals I 0. Ah, I forgot the I. I forgot the I on set initial readouts. Let's do play. Here we go. I'm going to upset Unity now. It doesn't like. There we go. Set initial readouts. That is called from 2 places. In start, it doesn't matter. It should be 0 in start because start is like just preloading the level. It should be 0. In the other one, it needed an I. I'm going to risk that. We're going to try it. Barely play now anyway, but play games and it isn't compatible with Linux, so I just stick with Windows. In any case, PC I have is fine with Windows. Last time I tried setting up Linux here, it gave me a headache. But HP sabotage something. I wouldn't put it past them to sabotage some because of Microsoft. I saw something the other day as well that somebody mentioned that they tried putting a like getting Windows on the Steam machine, and it ran some games faster than uh, than the native software, the Steam OS did. I remember thinking, "There's no way I believe those tests. Like, that, no way they're going to be like reliable and objective, right? Like, no way." Okay, so we are attaching the UI. We're just not drawing the dots. Okay, all the enemies are dead. I mean, I get that it. Okay, so the UIs are drawing correctly, so we're good there. Is this just another case of it not compiling? So it's not doing the set initial readouts. Okay. Set initial readout. Here's where we get into that I designed this one way and it needs to be another way. Because when I'm actually calling it, I need it to not be 0. So player index uses the actual array index, and readouts uses the array index +1. Before I was incrementing the count in between, so I could just keep using the count. That should have it. Please have it. I want to take a break, but I can't. I can never pull myself away when I feel like I'm really close. Right. Post game, and we cross fingers. Please work. Okay, yes, it's working. Right, let's check the other room works. Okay, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Awesome. Yes, the other room works. Perfect. Right, I think I'm good there. I think I'm good. I'm going to call it that. I'm going to commit this to GitHub. I'm going to make sure everything's saved. Added player UI to room. And we'll commit that. And I'm good. I think I'm gonna go and die of exhaustion now, because I've been doing this since I had some prep to do before going live. So I've been doing it since 8 o'clock this morning. It's nearly 6 o'clock, so I'm exhausted. I really appreciate the raid, bud. Thank you very much. It'd be good to. In fact, I'm gonna make a point. I'm gonna follow you. Hopefully, I can catch one of your streams later. Fingers crossed. I have quite a short day tomorrow because I have an appointment to go to. But the last thing before I can actually get it, there's two things before I can get it actually playable on network. One is the nav mesh agent not being where the actual visual mesh is. The other one is some of the network spawns. They're happening locally, not on network. That one's a really simple fix. The nav mesh agent, I vaguely remember it's a simple fix, but I don't remember what it is. So hopefully I can get that done tomorrow. I had a list of things I was going to do instead tomorrow, but I think what I'm going to do is, I knew this was going to take 2 weeks. I wrote out the list for the first 4 days, and knowing that things would spiral a bit. So I think what I'm going to do, knowing that I'm out for a bit tomorrow, is reassign day 4 to day 5, and I'm going to make day 4 just fixing the last thing so I can get a playable build, because I'm this close to a playable build. But I almost don't want to leave until I've got it done. But I said originally I'm just going to do this working hours, so I'm going to stick to that. Oh, what I have got that I can check off is I now have the diegetic UI. There is definitely some things I would like to extend to it, but we're good for that. We're good for that. This is. I mean, I'm enjoying this. I've deliberately made this awkward by using new versions of everything and like trying out libraries of stuff that I'm not that familiar with, which is kind of crazy when I'm like, I'm going to try and do this in the minimum amount of time, and then I'm like, let's have 7 curveballs. But I'm enjoying this, and like I'm learning a lot by like forcing myself to use the things that are a pain like I'm not as familiar with. So I think it's going well. Like I'm quite close to having a like actual playable game loop as well. I've got menus and stuff. Like they don't fully work on the network yet, but I have a menu system, so this is very close to being able to just actually run through and like clear all 6 rooms. Hopefully, I mean, I'll definitely have that done on Friday if I don't have it done tomorrow before I have to leave early. But anyway, thank you guys for stopping in. I'm gonna drop out there and go and probably sit next to an air conditioning unit because damn, it's hot in here. I will be live again tomorrow if anyone wants to check out the progress. See you all soon, guys. Thanks a bunch. Bye bye.